He also happens to be the world's most qualified head of government, and he's an economist turned accidental politician, a reluctant politician. Although his journey, his political journey, is quite inspiring, considering how he brought about the entire economic liberalization at a time when India was going through a fiscal deficit, and also how he handled the India-US nuclear deal. These are some of the highlights of his political tenure. Apart from that, we also know how he brought about several political social reforms, including the Manrega, RTI, RT, Aadhaar, all these things which revolutionized India, which steered India into its 21st century, is the vision of Dr. Manmohan Singh. And to mark tribute, to mark respect to this very man, you can see the preparations are ongoing here at Nigam Bodh Ghat, where his final journey from from the AICC headquarters to here to the heavenly abodes will take place. Several foreign dignitaries, VIPs, VVIPs will be arriving here shortly in the next couple of hours, and and the entire nation will get to bid farewell to Dr. Manmohan Singh. Back to you.
Thank you, Shreya and Anushka, for joining us and bringing us those details from the ground. Continue tracking as developments take place. Remember, Manmohan Singh's mortal remains will first be taken to the Congress headquarters and then to Nigam Bodh Ghat for the last rites. Now, India has remembered the reforms that have been brought about by Dr. Manmohan Singh as well during his tenure as the Finance Minister. Listen into what former Principal Secretary to Dr. Singh, T.K. Nair, had to say.
Even today remembers the path-breaking reforms he brought about while he was a finance minister. During those days, he literally opened the country to foreign investment and foreign capital, which would go a long way in building industry and infrastructure in the country. At times he was perhaps misunderstood, but all the time he kept in mind what he believed to be in the interest of the country and its people. The many very path-breaking programs and policies that he initiated, which are continuing even today, maybe under different names with the different shades, they stand ample testimony to his vision and his service to the people. We remember that one of the most outstanding achievements of the UPA government under him was the introduction of the legislation providing employment to the rural people. The Rural Employment Guarantee Program, which continues even today, was a great contribution which recognized the importance of providing gainful employment to the large number of our rural people. Similarly, programs, Food for Work program and other programs which are directed against or directed at the poorer sections of society, they all are thanks to the initiative taken by Dr. Manmohan Singh. At the same time, while initiating these path-breaking reforms, he made it a point to make sure that the credit for these schemes and the credit for the good work that the government is being done is not appropriated by him. He was a true Democrat. He believed in sharing, his responsibilities and also the credit that goes with the fulfillment of those responsibilities.
The media and the opposition party will have to remember him. Every part of every single citizen of this country has to remember him on whatever the works he has done for the country. He has done on a giving on rights through the Constitution, through the amendments. Either it may be right to education, right to food, right to employment, right to transparency, or whatever, right, fair. All the farmers, land losers in the country are getting a very huge composition. That is a big revolution to the entire nation who have lost their land. So everyone is getting that benefit. So he has looked at every section of the society.
Yesterday, sir, Khalge saw need to speak with government to allocate a memorial site.
Of course, that is the need of the hour. I hope a good mind will prevail upon them and give whatever the request of the Congress party.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, sir.
That Karnataka Deputy CM D.K. Shivakumar again talking about the cremation site as well as the memorial that needs to be raised for former Prime Minister Manmohan Singh. Maria Shakil also spoke to Dr. Montek Singh as well as several other leaders. Now, Montek Singh, of course, the former Deputy Chairman of the Planning Commission and a close colleague of Manmohan Singh. He lauded Singh for his clarity of vision. Listen to what other leaders had to say as well.
Dr. Manmohan Singh will be remembered for his economic reforms, and someone who worked very closely with Dr. Manmohan Singh was Montek Singh Ahluwalia. Sir, thank you so much. You were responsible for actioning the vision of an economist Prime Minister. How was it like working with Dr. Manmohan Singh, and what was the clarity of thought that he gave you when you were working with him?
Well, I had known Dr. Manmohan Singh well before he became Prime Minister. As a matter of fact, he brought me into the Finance Ministry and then later on made me part of his team when he was Finance Minister. So I'd been working with him for quite a long time. And, he was a person of great clarity of vision. And anyone working for him knew exactly what his thinking was. He also encouraged you to give your own views. I mean, he didn't simply sort of say, well, this is my vision, and now you, as you say, implement it or action it. He said, look, this is my vision, and if you have a different view, you're free to express it. So it was a very exhilarating time when we were considering all kinds of new and different things. And you had the sense that different options were being weighed, which was pretty exciting for the period, actually.
I'm also being joined by Sanjay Jha as well as Sandeep Shastri to discuss more about Dr. Singh and his legacy. And we'll come to that after a short break.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
Download any single ID partner app, link your card and earn reward with top brand.
Get it free with single ID.
Mahakumbh, a festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip at the spiritual Sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
2024, the year that was, when India welcomed Ram. When India decided,
मैं नरेंद्र दामोदर दास मोदी,
when Jammu and Kashmir turned a historic leaf,
as Chief Minister for the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir.
when India mourned. When India celebrated.
Yeah. Go hard. Go hard.
When India protested. When India felt proud. When India scaled new heights. NDTV brought it all to you. Your trusted news destination. Yesterday, today and tomorrow.
A very warm welcome to the first edition of the NDTV Emerging Business Conclave 2024.
MSME विभाग एक महत्वपूर्ण विभाग है.
We have to think about what is brand India. India will always stand for democracy. We will always be one of the largest investors in the world.
It is also very, very important that these MSMEs grow.
We are seeing that women are coming up in many other sectors apart from the traditional sectors.
New day.
And I do feel that if you look at the 2004 to 14 period when he was the Prime Minister, a lot of us who will look at economics very closely will call it the real golden period of India's economy. Because for the first time in the entire decade of growth, continuous 10 years, India grew at nearly 7.8%. And at the same time, lifted around 270 million out of poverty, which showed to you that the policy of inclusive growth, that the policy of actually bringing about lifting the poor people out from poverty, as well as giving Indian industry and Indian corporate sector an opportunity for growth, could coexist together. You see, there are a lot of people who believe that the two are actually contradictory. And actually what Dr. Manmohan Singh proved, and I think the Congress needs to take a lot of credit for that you could have FDI along with RTI. You could have privatization along with Manrega. You could have greater degree of, shall we say, liberal stock markets and lower taxes, and that could be also coupled with the Food Security Act. And I think that is really the genius of Dr. Manmohan Singh.
Stay on with us, Mr. Jha. Let me bring in Mr. Shastri as well. So it's quite common for great minds to be criticized when they're alive, and once they leave us, they're remembered kindly. And Dr. Singh was right when he said that history would remember him far more kindly than the media was to him. You know, he has been given several monikers, accidental Prime Minister, he's been called a silent Prime Minister and all those things. But he handled that with grace, sir. Mr. Sandeep Shastri, if you can hear me, sir.
Yes, I can. I think you made a very valid comment about the different labels that were attached to Dr. Manmohan Singh. But I think today, as we mourn his passing away, I would look at all those criticisms in the way he looked at it, which is through an act of silence. He said, let people say what they want to say. My actions would ultimately speak. My commitment would ultimately show itself. And my dedication would be what would ultimately be the test of my capacity. And I think, as you very rightly said, Aarti, at the start of your comments, history, I think, will judge Prime Minister Manmohan Singh in a much more positive way than was done during his lifetime or even later. I think when the history of the last years of the 20th century and the first decade of the 21st century is written, I'm sure that an important contribution that Dr. Manmohan Singh made to the country would be recorded with much more positive strokes than has been done now. I think the changes he brought about, the self-effacing nature of his leadership, his capacity to take everyone with him. And let's remember a point which I have been consistently making. The criticisms that were leveled at the feet of Dr. Manmohan Singh were more used by people. His shoulder was used more to attack others, and Manmohan Singh became to a certain extent collateral damage in the process. It was not a direct attack on Manmohan Singh, but more using his shoulder to be able to attack others. So I said, as history looks at the times in which he led the country, I think there would be much more positive reflections and a much greater appreciation of his role as a Prime Minister of the country and also as the Finance Minister of the country. Finally, Aarti, as you said, I think there are three phases in Manmohan Singh's career. Before he became Finance Minister, when he held several important positions which were connected with politics. And then as Finance Minister and finally as Prime Minister. And I think we need to see the bridge of connectivity between these three phases of his public life.
Absolutely. Stay on with us, Sandeep Shastri and Sanjay Jha. I'm also being joined by my colleague Sunil Prabhu, joining us from the AICC headquarters in New Delhi. Sunil, as the nation is ready to bid farewell to Manmohan Singh, we're of course being joined by political analyst Sanjay Jha and Lokniti National Director Sandeep Shastri. At this point, if you'd like to make some comments or ask them about Dr. Singh's legacy, we were just discussing how he had taken criticism quite gracefully.
So my question would be about history would be kinder to me, as he said, than contemporary media and other political parties in the opposition in Parliament at that time. Do they believe that history will be kinder to Dr. Manmohan Singh, that here was a man who was a minority Sikh, who held the highest office for not 1 but 10 years? Do they believe that history would be kinder to him than contemporary media was?
Sanjay Jha, would you like to take that question, sir?
Well, I think the simple answer to that is, as Sunil rightly asked, that if you look at his track record, Dr. Singh handled India during the time of the great mortgage crisis that happened in America and spread all over the world, which was called as the Great Recession, which was inspired by actually the horrific 1931, the Great Depression. And people said, well, is the world going to experience some very devastating shocks from which many economies took very, very long to recover? India was one of the few economies that actually registered very high GDP growth because Dr. Singh took the call that we will invest in our country. Government expenditure went up. The whole infrastructure story that we talk about today was largely triggered by what he did. Right. Now, yes, agreed that because it was a very remarkable situation, it led to inflation to some extent. And at some point, it resulted in a degree of non-performing assets. But India's GDP growth remained excellent. Jobs were created. Agriculture boomed. Our exports were phenomenal. And while we can keep talking about the economy, etc., don't forget that during his time, India really saw landmark reforms that changed, I think, India's entire growth story. Right. So look at the RTI, the right to education, Manrega, perhaps the most brilliant social security scheme in the world, the Food Security Act, the FDI and multi-brand retail. And most importantly, if you look at the one act on which his government took a lot of beating, a public scrutiny happened on the Lokpal agitation. And I think that really kind of hurt him very badly because Dr. Singh has an impeccable career record. Nobody could have ever accused him of corruption. Because the UPA was accused of a lot of scams that, as we all know, ultimately never got proven. The damage, however, politically was done because the party, to be honest, didn't handle it very well. And I think that was one of the reasons why he said history will judge me differently. And he has been vindicated, Aarti, because look at it like this. The 2G scam was thrown out of the window by the courts. The coal has really gone nowhere. And actually, India implemented the anti-corruption RTI and the Lokpal bill with Dr. Singh as the Prime Minister. And that is the paradox. That is the irony that we need to understand. And he probably saw it. A lot of other people did not.
Absolutely. Stay on with us. We're in fact getting in visuals at this point of Rahul Gandhi and Priyanka Gandhi there as they head to the AICC headquarters. They're going to be, of course, paying their last respects to Dr. Singh. We'll keep these visuals and updates coming in. My colleague Sunil is being joined by Pawan Khera. Let's quickly cut across.
So thanks. Here I have with me somebody who has, worked very closely with Dr. Manmohan Singh's office in those years as political secretary to Sheila Dixit. How do you, your thoughts and...
it's a glorious era that comes to an end, and unfortunately they don't make such leaders anymore. Cutting across party lines, I think Dr. Manmohan Singh stood tall for the values of integrity, humility, simplicity that he carried all his life. You were part of that entire time, critical period when the UPA saw a lot of turmoil with Sheila Dixit, the Commonwealth Games, the Shunglu Committee report, Dr. Singh setting it up, and yet he stood he stood by his Sheila Dixit. I think what we need to appreciate is that Dr. Singh and Mrs. Dixit always stood for being correct in public life. So the correctness of conduct is something which both these leaders had, and a lot of our leaders definitely have. And so that era that you're talking about, yes, it was a tumultuous era, but everybody behaved in a very correct manner.
Dr. Singh said, and as you all put it out in your advertisement today, history will be kinder to him. Do you believe that is now coming true?
Sunil, people have already, over the last 10 years, started comparing. And that comparison, I'm sorry, this government will not be able to avoid. Comparisons will happen, they always happen. Dr. Singh stands tall. There's no doubt about that. In his silence, he achieved a lot, much more than all these people shouting around from morning to evening.
One last point, unnecessary controversy about the memorial.
It was avoidable, and I think the onus of avoiding these controversies lies at the doorstep of the government.
You feel that the memorial...
Obviously. He's the greatest, one of the greatest sons of India.
So here you have it from good words, and those were tumultuous times when you had to deal with a very critical phase, and it's in that backdrop that these incidents took place. Dr. Manmohan Singh remained steadfast in his ability to bring in what they call a clean government and probity in public life, and that's something that they wanted to do. We have now Rahul Gandhi coming to the Congress headquarters here to pay his last respects to Dr. Manmohan Singh, who here lies in state, and the general public here have been coming in and paying their last wishes to him. And their respects to a man who became the Prime Minister, first Sikh minority to become the Prime Minister of this country, not for 1 but for 10 years, and ran a coalition government against many odds.
Right, Sunil, we were getting shots of Rahul Gandhi and Priyanka Gandhi heading there, like you said, at the AICC headquarters. If you could show us around and take us through the hustle and bustle there just as they arrived.
Well, so here is the kind of visuals. There's a big media contingent here, and Dr. Manmohan Singh's body is lying in state, and for people to pay homage to him. In a short while from now, they will be entering and giving their respects and paying their last respects. They've been doing this ever since, the Congress working committee, which was meeting in Belgavi, had to be cut short after the sudden demise of Dr. Manmohan Singh, who passed away on the 26th of December. It's in that backdrop that the Congress has not only been in a state of mourning, but also trying to remember Dr. Manmohan's legacy and its relevance for India in the present times.
But Sunil, continue tracking as developments take place. We're also getting in visuals of Dr. Manmohan Singh's mortal remains being taken to the AICC headquarters from his residence there. As you can see, the cavalry is heading towards the AICC headquarters, where Congress leaders will be paying respects. Remember, Rahul Gandhi, Priyanka Gandhi also just heading there. They have perhaps already reached there, and they will be paying their respects to Dr. Singh along with several other Congress leaders. Then his mortal remains will be taken to the ghat, where his last rites will take place as well. Let me bring in Sandeep Shastri. Sir, now Sanjay Jha had made a point about, yes, of course, there were economic reforms that Manmohan Singh is known for. But not just that, under his tenure, there were improvements in technology, in education and infrastructure that took place as well, that had in fact shaped or made the impetus for the development that India saw in the next coming years, sir.
Aarti, you are so right. I think the point which Sanjay ji made was something that needs to be emphasized. We often talk only of the economic reforms that he was instrumental in bringing in. But I think as a Prime Minister for a decade, the changes he brought about and the conventions and culture he introduced, and all in a manner where he did not take any personal credit for what happened, but worked from behind the scenes, be it the Right to Education Act, be it the Right to Information Act, be it the Employment Guarantee Scheme. All these were quietly pushed by him during his prime ministership. And we are seeing the impact of all these schemes. So I think his wider vision, his broader concerns, and the way in which he quietly took these initiatives forward, leading a coalition government. Of course, we also must make the point that during the second term of Manmohan Singh as Prime Minister, things did not go as smoothly as he would have liked it to go. The coalition contradictions became more evident. And as Sanjay ji put it, he did not get the type of unstinted support that he needed from within the party, and the type of projections that happened were not necessarily something which would do favor to Prime Minister Manmohan Singh. But a decade after, we today realize the way in which he handled those challenges, the way in which he handled those controversies. Reference is always made to the point that he was like the one who swallowed the poison in order to protect the party and the image of the government. He was not somebody who would let down the government or the party when it faced a critical moment. And I think it's for that reason we say that history would judge him more positively and in a more right manner.
Absolutely. Thank you, Sandeep Shastri and Sanjay Jha, for joining us and sharing your thoughts on this development there as Dr. Singh makes his last journey. These are, of course, visuals coming in of his mortal remains being taken to the AICC headquarters. We're getting in visuals from the cavalry that is taking his mortal remains to the AICC headquarters, as well as the scene at the Congress headquarters there as leaders are awaiting the mortal remains to pay respects to Dr. Singh. Finally, and remember, after that he'll be taken to the Nigam Bodh Ghat, where his last rites will be taking place. Remember, Rahul Gandhi and Priyanka Gandhi are at the Congress headquarters, are heading there, will reach shortly, perhaps, where they will also be paying their respects to Dr. Singh. Remember, there is also a point of contention at this point that's arising over the memorial as well as the last rites of Dr. Singh, where the Congress, in fact, has been demanding that the Rajghat be used to conduct his last rites. But there is, of course, a point of contention there where they say that the memorial should be done at an appropriate place as well. These, of course, are visuals coming in of the cavalry there heading towards the Congress headquarters. Remember, the Congress leaders are there as they await to pay last respects to Dr. Manmohan Singh. His mortal remains are being taken from his residence to the Congress headquarters. Now, we'll continue tracking this story as it develops and as we get in live updates. For now, a short break.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
Doda is covered in a blanket of snow as the area receives heavy snowfall.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number 1 in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
We are able to maintain the democratic fabric and the democratic system.
I want to do something that can make a difference.
लगातार जनता की आवाज को सरकार तक पहुंचाने का काम मैं करता हूं.
I was a student up until very recently. I really want to work and do something for my people because they have given me this opportunity. They have elected me.
सोचा नहीं था कि राज्यसभा सांसद बनूंगी.
Mahakumbh, a festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip at the spiritual Sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
NDTV shines with 38 prestigious wins at the News Television Awards 2024. Powerful journalism to cutting-edge digital innovation, production excellence to regional leadership. NDTV sets the benchmark. 38 awards, each a testament to your trust in NDTV. NDTV stands for trust.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news.
Former Prime Minister and architect of India's modern economy, Manmohan Singh, passes away at the age of 92. State funeral to be held today. Politics over Dr. Singh's memorial. Congress demands appropriate locations. Sources say government ensures to allocate separate space to Manmohan Singh's memorial. External Affairs Minister Jaishankar meets US Secretary of State Antony Blinken to review advancement of US-India partnership. US President-elect Donald Trump has raised concerns about China's expanding influence in the Panama Canal region, criticizing high fee and suggesting a return to US control. Nitish Kumar Reddy marks his maiden Test half-century with Pushpa celebrations. India saves follow-on in Melbourne.
Well, I can tell you 100% this is going to be the first of many, many more. But that's what I'm saying, awareness of where the...
India mourns the loss of one of its most revered leaders, Dr. Manmohan Singh. His mortal remains are currently being taken to the AICC headquarters, where Congress leaders, top leaders, his supporters as well, will be paying respects to him. Post that, he will be taken to the Nigam Bodh Ghat, where his last rites will be taking place. We're learning that Rahul Gandhi and Priyanka Gandhi, in fact, are at the AICC headquarters, but they will also be paying respect to Dr. Manmohan Singh. Remember, he had passed away on Thursday night due to illnesses based on old age. The former Prime Minister Manmohan Singh was widely recognized as the architect of India's economic reforms, especially since the early 1990s, and was 92 years old when he died. A 7-day state mourning has been declared and all flags are currently flying at half-mast as tributes pour in from across the world. As the 13th Prime Minister of India, who had served from 2004 to 2014, Dr. Singh had left an indelible mark on the country's history. The mortal remains, of course, will be kept at the AICC headquarters for an hour, starting from when he reaches at around 9:15 or 9:30 or so. We're expecting that the mortal remains will be at the AICC headquarters, and for an hour there, Congress leaders and supporters will be allowed to pay respects to Dr. Singh. Post that, state funerals will be taking place with full military honours for the former PM. My colleague Sunil Prabhu joins us with more details. He's at the Congress headquarters there. Sunil, take us to the latest on ground.
So as we speak, the Congress leaders, senior Congress leaders from the Congress Working Committee members are standing to welcome Dr. Manmohan Singh in his final journey, his last journey, where he will be brought, his body will be brought to the Congress headquarters, and then an opportunity for them to pay their last respects and homage to India's former Prime Minister. Dr. Manmohan Singh, as you rightly pointed out, was a statesman, a self-effacing man, extremely humble, and it's in that backdrop that he, in a short while from now, with the army and the military now taking over the final journey for Dr. Manmohan Singh, will bring him his body to the AICC office, and as I said, senior Congress leaders here waiting to pay their last respects and homage. There are hundreds of Congress workers here who are waiting to also join and paying their last respects. As you are well aware, for Dr. Manmohan Singh, it's been a journey of a lifetime. It's been a journey, life well lived. Starting off as a scholar, then of course an academician, then a technocrat, and finally as a politician. So it's been an important phase of Dr. Manmohan Singh, the last 33 years being of a politician, and his ability to continue to ride India through one of the critical phases of India's contemporary history. Be it the economic reforms, be it India's, what he used to call enlightened national interest in terms of the international sphere, and how he took and steered India towards what he believed was an important aspect of India's international scene, be it with the Indo-US nuclear deal or strategic alliances with important countries across the world, and more importantly, good neighborly conduct with be it our neighbors, be it Pakistan or Bangladesh or Sri Lanka and the list carries on. So it's definitely an important phase and an important and critical phase of India's history that Dr. Manmohan Singh, steered India towards. And as he said to us in a question, I hope history will be kinder to us. I think today across the world and across the media, everybody's paying glowing tributes to a man, a minority Sikh Prime Minister who took and held the highest office in absolute simple, humble and incorruptible manner, something that will be extremely rare to find in recent times.
Right, Sunil, another thing about Dr. Singh is that he never shied away from the media. He would always conduct press conferences like he himself mentioned after his foreign visits. And you yourself would have covered most of those press conferences. If you could take us through his relationship with the media, although he was heavily criticized at times.
So Dr. Manmohan Singh had a hot and cold relationship with the media. It wasn't there, in that sense, something that, you could really explain in one word, because he actually believed in openness, an open book, and had the ability and the courage, which no Prime Minister has done in recent times and earlier too, of holding a national press conference and being able to take questions not once, but I think 3 or 4 times. And that was his ability to engage with the media, to put his point across. He believed what he did was correct, and always wanted to speak to the media and answer critical questions for which he felt was extremely important, be it on strategic relations after his visits abroad or on his way, and to continue to engage and give his point across. There was never a moment, at least for me personally, when I would would ask, and request him to speak, and then he would say very categorically that his answers to any important questions, very, very difficult ones. One, of course, you saw where he's answered, where he says history is kinder. There have been times when the Supreme Court had indicted, for example, on the Chief Vigilance Commissioner, and then he would speak openly on that. And when his relationships with any important aspect of alliances or any other important political, somebody's trying to pull away or do in coalition politics, he would always speak on those important matters, as well as, of course, the Indo-US nuclear deal. So that was Dr. Manmohan Singh that that I know, that the media knew. It's very difficult to believe that in present times we have had somebody who was so open and ready to be transparent and accountable in terms of the media outlook, something that we will now look at various ways, in terms of how we can go forward. So this is definitely something that, India has to really respect. That transparency and accountability of a Prime Minister, which is extremely rare to find in today's world. A lesson for all of us, young journalists and others, to know that he will go in. This is, as we speak, the people are now giving their respect. His daughter and others coming to the Congress headquarters. Among shouts, of Amar Rahe. So that was Rahul Gandhi accompanying Dr. Manmohan Singh's family into the AICC headquarters so that people could pay homage to him. We are still awaiting the body of Dr. Manmohan Singh.
Right, we're also getting in visuals of the mortal remains, perhaps just about to enter the AICC headquarters there. Sunil,
that's right.
Also talking about
Sunil, that's right. So you can see also, you can see the.
Go ahead.
Sorry. So here you have Rahul Gandhi, who has just accompanied Dr. Manmohan Singh's family to the AICC headquarters, where the body will be lying in state, and they are awaiting the body of Dr. Manmohan Singh on his last journey as he arrives at the AICC headquarters.
Absolutely, Sunil.
And as I said, senior Congress leaders and
just about to
as
enter.
I said, senior Congress leaders are you can see now visuals of the military personnel coming into the AICC, as well as senior Congress leaders here looking and awaiting the arrival of Dr. Manmohan Singh's body, which will be taken in to the Congress headquarters. Cutting across from various leaders, it's an extremely poignant moment for them, because Dr. Manmohan Singh has been not only their Prime Minister, but somebody who played a pivotal role in forming party policy for the last 33 years. Be it on any subject, he had his own views, he had his own issues in terms of how he wanted things to be looked at, and that was Dr. Manmohan Singh. So it is important to realize that as we speak, Dr. Manmohan Singh's body, you can see here with military personnel being brought into the AICC headquarters in what they call a slow march towards where he will be lying in state to pay his respects to where all Congress leaders will be coming in. So those are the visuals that you're seeing. Final journey which has begun from his residence to the AICC headquarters, and senior Congress leaders standing in line as they see Dr. Manmohan Singh's body being brought to the AICC headquarters for people to pay from across all walks of life to pay their homage to Dr. Manmohan Singh in the AICC headquarters. That is those visuals, and I'll leave it there. Behind him, of course, is the Congress President, Mr. Kharge, and Sonia Gandhi, who, as she said, guide, philosopher, and friend I have lost. Along with that, of course, is Rahul Gandhi, Priyanka Gandhi Vadra, Ashok Gehlot, Siddaramaiah, Mr. D.K. Shivkumar, a host of Congress leaders behind Dr. Manmohan Singh's and bring it to the AICC headquarters for his final resting journey.
Right, the mortal remains going to be kept there for at least an hour there, so that the Congress leaders as well as his family members can pay their last respect. And then it will be taken over to Nigam Bodh Ghat. Sunil, if you could also take us through, earlier I wanted to ask you about not just Congress leaders, but statesmen from across party lines really respected Dr. Singh. That also shows to the kind of politician that he was.
Absolutely. That is something that was, the greatness of Dr. Manmohan Singh. Despite the various criticism that he would receive, be it various political leaders, be it from the BJP or others, he would that amount of respect. So it is definitely something that is extremely important to remember. Approach to work and something that you would find in today, given the fact that there is a big friction between the opposition and the treasury benches, no ability to discuss, and that is why we have led to political stalemates and other situations. So those were different times, and that was something that troubled Dr. Manmohan Singh, the fact that that engagement was critical and important. I'll give you a classic example of the goods and services tax, something that was extremely important in terms of they believed that this would danger, and yet at this stage of his political life, when he was no more the former Prime Minister, he took that opportunity to reach out along with the BJP leaders, the then Finance Minister and the Prime Minister, he and Mrs. Gandhi, sitting down and working and trying to see and negotiate a way forward to bring in that constitutional amendment, which hopefully will stand the test of time in terms of bringing in, the much required tax reforms and the ability to manage 1 billion people and its economy and its aspirations in terms of revenue sharing between centre and the state and the various aspects relating to that.
Right, Sunil, stay on with us. Continue tracking what's taking place on ground at the Congress headquarters. They were getting in visuals, in fact, of Congress leaders, top Congress leaders, as well as Dr. Singh's family. They're paying their last respects to the former Prime Minister. As we get in visuals, let me quickly bring in Pankaj Pachauri, who's joining us. He was the media advisor to former Prime Minister Manmohan Singh. Thank you for joining us, Mr. Pachauri. Now, interestingly, as Sunil Prabhu was mentioning as well, Dr. Singh had his own style of governance. And you would see that with each of the leaders who had headed coalition governments, right? So how do you think Dr. Singh managed coalition politics, sir?
Thank you very much. I mean, my thoughts right now are with the family who are there. You can see on your screens, now Mrs. Gandhi is placing a Congress flag on the cortege of Dr. Singh, his three daughters, his wife. You can see them standing there. Yesterday was a very private affair at his residence, and today this is the Congress party giving their last homage to a leader, which the Congress, who actually increased the stature of the Congress party. If you look at, coming back to your question, I'll just stop for a while so you can see and those pictures there. And for me personally, it's a very unreal moment, because only about a few months back, I was sitting with Dr. Singh, and as your reporter, Sunil Prabhu, was mentioning, he had a very difficult but very convivial relationship with the media, and he was discussing the problems media is facing these days. And my last conversation with him was about the Tribune newspaper, who was facing financial difficulties. So a man who's 88 years old, who meets his former media advisor, and the first thing he, that's Priyanka Gandhi there, paying homage to Dr. Singh. And for Congress party, I can say that it is a huge loss. It is a huge loss because in his death, Dr. Singh has proved his critics wrong. The outpouring of support, of respect from different parts of the world leaders, and even from his opponents. I've been seeing the statements by his opponents, even people like Anna Hazare, Yogendra Yadav, Sukhbir Singh Badal, RSS chief Mohan Bhagwat, the kind of respect they have paid to him, it's very clear that in his death, he's proved his critics totally wrong. He's silenced them, and he's proved what he... that's Mrs. Gursharan Kaur, who's there. And I'm sorry, it's very emotional for me to talk about this thing, because they are the people who, as a family, I have dealt with for a considerable time. And I know that this is a huge loss. This is an irreparable loss they are facing. And they have faced that with dignity all their lives. You can imagine if your husband and your father is being criticized and all kind of allegations are made against him, to face those things with dignity. That's what this family has shown during so many years. and it's a very moving moment for me to see that today he's not with us, and his work will remain with us. And as I was mentioning earlier, that he's proved his critics wrong with the simple reason that all the policies he had initiated, he had implemented, and he had fought for in the parliament and outside with the states, as Sunil was saying. All those policies, be it Manrega, be it food security, they are all being bolstered now. They are being implemented by his critics. And that is his biggest victory. That his policies have become bigger than him. He was always been a very self-effacing person. He always said, I'm a very small man sitting in this big chair. And he didn't want any credit for himself, ever. And that's why this problem, with the media also. He said, I'm just doing my work and let the media report about it. And my work will speak for itself. Those are the words, he used. He lived those words. They were not just slogans. That your work should speak for itself, and that work is speaking. And I'm sure that a lot of people who are there today, the Congress party leaders who are there, and it must be a huge shock for the Congress party. They respected him all along, despite all the rumors you hear. I have met most of the Congress party people. I've dealt with his cabinet colleagues, but there's one thing which they never faulted Dr. Singh was about his integrity.
Right.
And that is what everyone is remembering today, his integrity. And this outpouring of support, if you look at Angela Merkel, if you look at Barack Obama, and that is because they all knew that he just wanted good for his country, good for the people of his country. There was no agenda, there was no self. There was no, and last I talked to him, he didn't even want to have, like everyone keeps talking about Manmohan Singh's legacy, and he'll laugh it off. He'll just say, if my work is carried forward, that's all for me. That's my legacy, and that work is being carried forward, and that's the legacy he has left, and that is the legacy we have to respect, and that is which can never be taken away from him. Even if he's not with us today, but his work remains. The India he built, the India which is now in the forefront of the global committee, the India which we are proud of. He laid the foundations of that India. And I think it's our duty to create a lovely building on that foundation. Because, as he said when he became the Prime Minister, no power can stop an idea whose time has come. And he said at that time that the idea of India has come, and we've seen that since then, that how India has progressed. He had done his bit.
Right.
And he used to always say that I'm just doing my bit. I'm just doing my duty to my country. A country, he said, his last words I remember when we were recording his last address to the nation when he was demitting office. And that's one thing he put in there himself in that address, that he was an orphan child who came from Pakistan. And this country has given him so much love and so much respect. And we are seeing it today on the screen, and we are seeing it today in public newspaper headlines, that how his words are coming true, his work is coming true, and I hope that's a message for all of us.
Absolutely, Mr. Pachauri, as you mentioned, this must be a very emotional time for you as well. You'd worked closely with him. Like you mentioned, he had a difficult relationship with the media, but he did his statement that is quite infamous today is the fact that he said he hopes history remembers him more kindly than the media did. If you could take us through some anecdotes of how you and Dr. Singh discussed the media when it came to questions of criticism that happened during his tenure, sir.
See, when I joined his staff, he was under a lot of pressure in terms of media, and that's why I think the government decided to join me. I was working in the place you are working today in NDTV, and I got a cold call from Prime Minister's office. I didn't know anyone there. I had not met the Principal Secretary to the Prime Minister ever. I had met Dr. Singh only once as a delegation with the television anchors and editors. I had met him there, and so I got this call that the Prime Minister has given you time on such and such date. I didn't believe that, and I thought someone is playing a prank. So I asked my producer to call back that number and see who's called me, and it turned out that it was from Prime Minister's office. And so I did go there. I met him, and he said to me very clearly that I do not know anything about this. You are a professional. You know about how to handle television. You know how to handle digital media. And digital media those days was beginning to gain ground in India. WhatsApp, Twitter, Facebook, all these new media platforms were there. And he had no knowledge about it. And his staff in the media had little knowledge about it. I had some knowledge about it. But he said that you have my full blessings. And I'm sure that you'll do your best in the circumstances we are facing. And people think that leaders and especially prime ministers and ministers, they are very worried about what happens in the media. He was least worried about what happens in the media. His only concern about the media was that media should not be misrepresenting what he's doing. And I still remember some of the top media editors around the world, from Financial Times, The Economist, they used to come to him to get their theories about economy clarified. I remember Martin Wolf. He sat with him. He used to come every year, once a year, and they used to discuss about how the world's economy is evolving. So, and about Indian media, he said, whenever you want, I'm ready to talk about it. If you remember that each parliament session, he'll come out himself and get out of the car and come out and face the media. Every parliament session, the beginning of the parliament session, he'll come out and make a statement. Every year, once a year at least, he will hold a huge media briefing. And his last press conference, which your correspondent Sunil Prabhu was talking about, was one of the largest media gathering a prime minister has addressed in our country. And unfortunately, the last such media gathering. It was totally unscripted. No one was asked to ask anything. And we prepared a long briefing for him that what kind of questions can be asked. And I remember there were about 100 questions we had anticipated that the media people can ask. And we made a docket for him, a document, a briefing on that what could be, what are the facts on all those questions which could be asked. He looked at them and we flipped through that file and he said, but I know all this, don't worry. And that was one of the most forthright, in-your-face media interaction a prime minister has had. I have traveled with him to different countries and been witness to many media conferences with other world leaders, and I've never seen something like that a prime minister can sit through about more than an hour and take more than 60 questions and he never ignored any questions. He never brushed aside any question. He took it on. And all the words he said in that press conference, I think we can make a list of those things, whatever he said about India, and everything has come out to be true. And that was his strength, the strength of his character and his commitment and his totally selfless work, which is being recognized today, not only by his followers and his supporters, but also his bitterest of his critics.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Pachauri, for joining us and sharing those thoughts as well as those moments that you shared with Dr. Singh. I'm also being joined by senior journalist Neerja Chaudhary at the moment. Ma'am, I think in terms of leadership style of Dr. Singh, do you think it's appropriate to define it as understated yet effective?
Yeah, that's a good word to define it. Understated, very low profile, quiet, didn't say much. Even in the cabinet meetings, it would be Pranab Mukherjee who would lead the discussions. Dr. Manmohan Singh said very little. In the party affairs, there was a core group that would meet once a week. In the party affairs also, he would keep quiet. It was Sonia Gandhi and her political secretary, Ahmed Patel, who took the decisions. So, Dr. Singh, yes, quiet and yes, effective in navigating a very difficult coalition model for 10 long years. So that was his efficacy. And he had to keep it going. And I think if there were angularities or assertion by him, that model would have, it was very difficult to keep that model together. And Sonia Gandhi also knew that he was her best bet. And several times he threatened to resign. He threatened to resign over the Indo-US nuclear deal when he felt he was not getting enough support from the party. And also even earlier on the appointment of some ministers from the DMK. But he never took it through, that threat. And I think Sonia Gandhi also realized that if he went, then she'd have to turn to other people who could be more problematic to handle. And therefore, it was a very interesting coalition because it meant that, the mandate was for Sonia Gandhi, and she transferred the mandate to him, and he became Prime Minister. And therefore, the power sharing was implicit in that model between her and him. And that has been criticized, that she was the power behind the throne. And I think, many people felt he could have pushed and asserted a little more being the Prime Minister of India. But that probably was not his persona and personality. It's exactly what you're asking. He was very quiet and self-effacing. And it's not that he didn't get upset or wasn't rattled or things didn't rankle him. They did. But, he stayed above it. But the second term I found very, very difficult for him, and the scams stumbled out.
Right.
And I remember seeing Dr. Manmohan Singh, he would walk through the Central Hall of Parliament to go from one house to another. And the thing that image that sticks to my mind is a very, distressed or, absolutely stoic looking, expressionless man who was dealing with all that was coming at his leadership, and he was being roundly criticized for all that was happening at that time, the Commonwealth Games scam and the 2G scam and the coal scam, and that tumbled out at that time.
Right, Neerja Chaudhary, earlier with Mr. Pachauri as well, I was discussing his style of leadership. In terms of coalition politics, like I was mentioning earlier, each leader had their own style. So how do you describe Dr. Singh's way of handling a coalition?
I think, as I said, he gave, for instance, Pranab Mukherjee, he used to address him as Sir when he took over as Prime Minister. And apparently, he continued to do so for weeks afterwards. And then till Pranab Mukherjee asked him not to do it. And he turned to Pranab Mukherjee even to, where to seat Sonia Gandhi. She'd emerged very powerful. She'd said no to Prime Ministership, and she was being seen with very new eyes all over the country. She'd acquired a stature all her own. And therefore, where do you seat her in Parliament? That was a big dilemma for him. And then Pranab Mukherjee worked that out at a certain place in the front row. And so those kind of things, I think he relied on Pranab Mukherjee also. And with cabinet meetings, with so many GOMs that Pranab Mukherjee and some others headed, So I think there was a sharing of power with others. And of course, I remembered Ahmed Patel used to get very frustrated sometimes when, particularly on the Indo-US nuclear deal, when he lined up the alternative support of the Samajwadi Party because the left had threatened to withdraw support. And Samajwadi Party initially was not for the deal, but then he brought them around. He used Amar Singh's services to get to Mulayam Singh Yadav. And he was, he held firm at that time. So Ahmed Patel would say, Dr. Saab, but this is not your area. This is what the party is supposed to decide. Politics is what we are supposed to decide. Administration is your area. So I think it must have been quite frustrating, sometimes not even to get his people he wanted for the Rajya Sabha to be accepted for the party. But he did not rock the boat at any time.
Right.
He threatened to resign, but he refrained from rocking the boat. So he was a very cautious man in that sense also.
Absolutely.
Who knew he had to stay the course, and therefore he did that.
Stay on with us, Neeja Chaudhary and Pankaj Pachauri. We'll take a short break and we'll be right back.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
And I swipe it there, bound rewards, मैं everywhere, कहीं से भी करूँ collect, spend करूँ direct.
Download any single ID partner app, link your card and earn reward with Top Rank.
Get it free with single ID.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Mahakumbh, a festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip at the spiritual Sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
2024, the year that was, when India
A very warm welcome to the first edition of the NDTV Emerging Business Conclave 2024.
MSME विभाग एक महत्वपूर्ण विभाग है.
We have to think about what is brand India. India will always stand for democracy. We will always be one of the largest investors in the world.
There is also
The nation is mourning former Prime Minister Dr. Manmohan Singh. His mortal remains are currently at display at the AICC headquarters in New Delhi, where several leaders are paying their respects. Priyanka Gandhi, Kharge, as well as Sonia Gandhi, as well as Karnataka CM Siddaramaiah, several other top leaders, as you can see, are paying respects, laying wreath at the AICC headquarters. Remember, his mortal remains are going to be taken to the Nigam Bodh Ghat right after this at about 10 o'clock perhaps, after an hour of paying tribute at the Congress headquarters. He's going to be taken there for his last rites. Let me bring in Pankaj Pachauri, who's the former media advisor for Manmohan Singh, as well as Neerja Chaudhary, who's a senior journalist. Mr. Pachauri, now talking about the other point of contention that has risen at this point is the issue of the memorial for Dr. Singh. Now Congress, in fact, saying that for the last rites, Rajghat would be the ideal place. Not just that, they're also saying that an appropriate place must be allocated for the memorial to be built.
You'll be very shocked to know that Dr. Manmohan Singh never talked about it. He never thought about it. He never coveted it. Given to himself, he would think that my work will continue and that's the best homage to me. But the Congress party, naturally, it is interested. It was their major leader, and they are within their rights to ask for something like memorial for him. And it's a very unseemly and unnecessary and avoidable controversy. It shouldn't have been there. He is a prime minister who's been two-term prime minister. Before that, he served this country as long as he was called for any duty, first by Dr. Mr. P.V. Narasimha Rao to become the finance minister in a very difficult time for this country, when we were about to go bankrupt as a nation. And he put his shoulder to the chariot which was stuck. And he pulled out India from that morass. That's his service. After that, as a prime minister, not many people remember, and though people talk about his genius as an economist, that during 2008-2009 global financial crisis, when all the world's biggest economies were under pressure, he decided that, and he took a active decision, that he will decouple India's economy from the rest of the world. And that's why at that time, India did not face any economic hardships. And not many people know this, that in 2010 was the first time when India was better in terms of GDP growth even than China, because of those policies. He and his cabinet, he never took any credit himself. He said his cabinet took the decision to waive off 60,000 crore worth of loans by the farmers. And that money got back into our economy. And that's why India did not feel the jitters of the global financial crisis. That's one. After that, we've been hearing about all his economic thoughts, the policies, the Manrega, the right to food, the right to education. And there's a litany of policies which are being followed today by the current government, because those policies are so strong and they are so seeped into the needs of a growing nation, which is poor. Let's face this, India is still a poor country. Our per capita income is very low. And so he understood the needs of this country. And based on the needs of that country, with all his expertise and his education in economy at different levels, at the IMF, at the South Commission, World Bank, Reserve Bank of India, Finance Ministry, he put those policies together. And those are the policies which we are enjoying today. For the last 10 years, I've been having discussions with him after his retirement almost every few months. And we sit down and we'll discuss these things, that what is working where and what is not working where. And he said, but these policies are so strong that you can't do in India without a Manrega. You can't have millions of people without jobs. So the Manrega is based on that policy. Midday meals, which was made national and central policy. 120 million people, children, get a meal in our schools. I remember talking about this to some of the foreign delegations, and these giant figures, they're staggering figures. They were shocked that how do you do this? 120, that's the double the population of United Kingdom. And so those are the policies which are still continuing. And that is his biggest achievement. And that is the legacy he wanted to leave, to build something for Manmohan Singh at Rajghat. I'm sure that he will be very amused and he'll have something where he tried to, as a comment about that. But his legacy is that we continue with his policies. There should be universities in his name where students are given scholarships. There should be hospitals in his name where the doctors give the best medicine, medical care to people. So those are the things I'm sure that would go a long way in remembering him and giving him his due credit. He didn't want credit at all. He always said that I'm a small man sitting in this big chair, and but we owe this to him. And I'm pleasantly surprised that his critics have come together to support him in his death, to respect him in his death, and that is the power of the idea that was Manmohan Singh.
Absolutely. As you put it wonderfully, Mr. Pachauri, the fact that Dr. Singh must be remembered through his legacy and not just a memorial. Neerja Chaudhary, do you think now it is time to put behind politics? Of course, the Congress, they might be having Dr. Singh's best interest at heart in terms of pushing for a memorial at Rajghat or the last rites at Rajghat. But the question of picking a battles comes at this moment.
I think the government hasn't, as far as I can make out, ruled out a memorial for him.
Right.
They said there will be a memorial. It's that the cremation takes place at Nigam Bodh and not wherever the memorial is going to be located. While I agree with Pankaj that, one of the befitting memorials for him, I think, could be a scholarship for poor children, and which he used to say, had I not got benefit of that scheme that was in existence at that time when he was younger, he would not have risen to the heights that he did. And if, that those kind of schemes are what we need to look at, in his memory and his name. But I would also say, a memorial has its own value. You can say symbolic. Say 25 years hence, you will have people who are not even born today who will go and visit the memorial and want to know more about him. If that memorial is not there, then, it's somewhere else and it's not in your, in front of you as part of the cumulative memory. And also, I think that at this juncture, for the government to agree to a request by the Congress party to have a memorial for him is possibly a healing touch, given the contention in our politics. And Dr. Manmohan Singh, when I met him a year ago, the thing that was exercising him the most, he said, was bitterness that had crept in between the ruling side and the opposition. And therefore, if in his death he becomes a symbol of some kind of unity, and it's a signal to the minorities of the country that the government is honoring a Sikh, a minority prime minister, the only one so far. It's also a reassuring signal to the country, that despite differences, political parties can, work together and heed each other's advice. There may be value in that. So let's see how, the coming hours will pan out. But, if you look at him, and I was thinking today, I think there must be very few people. Narasimha Rao had huge experience. Very few people who had the kind of exposure and the kind of positions that Dr. Manmohan Singh held. That, look at it, finance secretary, RBI governor, UGC chairman, of course, then he comes into politics and he becomes a finance minister, and then he is for 5 years, almost 5 years, the leader of the opposition, and then he becomes a prime minister. The width of experience and exposure, bureaucratic as well as political responsibilities, and then heading a coalition for 10 long years, and the only non-Nehru Gandhi member to have done so. Narasimha Rao, led for a whole term, but he was the one who did it for 2 terms. So he has many things to his credit.
Absolutely. Stay on with us, Neerja Chaudhary and Pankaj Pachauri. My colleagues Shreya and Anushka join us. Shreya's at Nigam Bodh Ghat and Anushka at the Congress headquarters. Remember, these visuals that we're bringing for you are from the Congress headquarters, where top leaders are paying their respects to Dr. Singh before the last rites take place at the Nigam Bodh Ghat, where my colleague Shreya is at. Shreya, take us through the preparations there at the Nigam Bodh Ghat. In just a few minutes, perhaps, the mortal remains are going to be brought there for the last rites and the state honour.
Well, of course, the atmosphere is quite heavy with respect and mourning. On one side, we can see, the pothole-filled roads are being sorted out. The rainwater-filled potholes are being cleaned up. Here, the security has been beefed up. The barricades are put in place. You can see the Indian Air Force members are stepping into the Nigam Bodh Ghat. You can also see right there the Indian Army ready, as a guard of honor. They are all standing in line. They are here to welcome the mortal remains of Dr. Manmohan Singh. Soon a gun carriage draped in the national flag bearing Dr. Singh's mortal remains, flanked by military personnel, will be arriving here. A 21-gun salute will be rendered by the Indian Army, and the Indian Air Force is also here. We know that the President, Prime Minister and other dignitaries will be arriving soon, including several other VIPs, senior VIPs, foreign dignitaries. Many visitors are also coming here. They've already entered the Nigam Bodh Ghat. You can see this entire area has been set up. Military and paramilitary forces have been deployed. Large number of police forces have been deployed. There is a thick police presence here. Several areas there has been traffic diversions that are put in place to ensure a smooth funeral procession from the AICC headquarters to Nigam Bodh Ghat. At around 11:45 the funeral procession will begin here. The last rites are being performed at the Congress headquarters, and soon we will be expecting Dr. Manmohan Singh's mortal remains arriving here at the Nigam Bodh Ghat. Back to you.
Right, Shreya, in terms of traffic advisory as well, take us to that. We're learning that entire road, the visuals of which you were showing us earlier, has been blocked for VIP entry, as you were mentioning.
Yes, absolutely. I'll show you the visuals right here. Several areas have been made a no parking zone because of the commute of the VIPs. Several areas there has been diversion, including the Rajghat area, Signature Bridge area. The Delhi Traffic Police has issued a traffic advisory. So the citizens of the national capital should definitely check out the traffic advisory issued by the Delhi Traffic Police to ensure they have a smooth travel, because we know that today is the day that the entire nation is mourning over the profound loss of Dr. Manmohan Singh, the architect of India's modern. Nationwide, people are mourning. A national mourning period has also been declared for the next 7 days. All government programs, events have been cancelled. The national flag will be flying at a half-mast, and definitely we can see all the preparations going on in full swing right outside the Nigam Bodh Ghat. Earlier, we saw controversy erupting around the funeral site, but now the central government has stated that a separate area will be allocated for the memorial of Dr. Manmohan Singh. But the funeral will take place, the cremation will take place right here at Nigam Bodh Ghat in North Delhi.
Right, Shreya. Thank you for joining us and bringing us those updates from Nigam Bodh Ghat. Let me quickly take you through what we can expect at the Nigam Bodh Ghat. Remember, state honours are going to be taking place there. Wreath laying, which will start at around 11:15 is what we're expecting as per schedule now. The Home Secretary will start off by laying wreath, then followed by the Defence Secretary, Chief of Air Staff, and that, of course, comes the Chief of Defence Staffs, that's Air Staff, Naval Staff, Army Staff, and Chief of Defence Staff will be laying wreath, followed by the Cabinet Secretary. Then, of course, the Defence Minister will be paying respects with laying the wreath. Then, of course, comes the Lok Sabha Speaker, the Prime Minister, Vice President, the President, and finally, at around 11:45, we're expecting that religious rites and cremation will take place at the Nigam Bodh Ghat. We'll continue bringing in visuals. As of now, though, the mortal remains are at the AICC headquarters. Right, let me in fact quickly get in. Right, remember these visuals that are coming in are of the AICC headquarters. The mortal remains now, as you can see, being taken out of the AICC headquarters there. All top Congress leaders as well as supporters have paid their respects to Dr. Singh. His mortal remains are now going to be taken to the Nigam Bodh Ghat. And we're expecting that state funeral or state honours will be conducted there as well, followed by the last rites at around 11:45 is what we're expecting. Now, Dr. Singh's mortal remains are being taken to the Nigam Bodh Ghat. They're just being transported there. Remember, we'll bring you these visuals from the Nigam Bodh Ghat as well, where tight security has been put in place. But first, a short break.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
New day, new show, a new experience. Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your lives.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of governance, Delhi, NDTV brings to you the best breakfast show. The breakfast show only on NDTV 24/7 every morning at 8 a.m.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
We are able to maintain the democratic fabric and the democratic system.
I want to do something that can make a difference.
लगातार जनता की आवाज को सरकार तक पहुंचाने का काम मैं करता हूं.
I was a student up until very recently. I really want to work and do something for my people because they have given me this opportunity.
Formula E race haunts KTR. ED summons BRS Working President KTR to appear before ED on 7th of January. Former Prime Minister and architect of India's modern economy, Manmohan Singh, passes away at the age of 92. State funeral to be held today. Politics over Dr. Singh's memorial. Congress demands appropriate locations for the memorial. Sources say government ensures to allocate a separate space. US President-elect Donald Trump has raised concerns about China's expanding influence in the Panama Canal region, criticizing high fee and suggesting a return to US control. Nitish and Sundar help India claw back as the duo in a century stand. Young guns save India from embarrassment.
But that's what I'm saying, awareness of where the fielders are as well. Pushpa!
Right, these are of course visuals of Dr. Manmohan Singh's mortal remains being again taken on the cavalry that's going to be taken to Nigam Bodh Ghat. Remember, his last rites are going to take place at Nigam Bodh Ghat, where top leaders, including the Prime Minister, the President, Vice President, as well as Chief of Defence Staffs, are going to be paying their respects, laying wreath. Full military honours will be given to Dr. Singh. My colleague Sunil joins us from the Congress headquarters. Sunil, if you could take us through what's taking place on ground. We're getting in visuals of the mortal remains being taken to Nigam Bodh Ghat.
That's right. He will be taken. Dr. Manmohan Singh's body is now being taken for his final journey, where he will be with full state honors, and after the religious ceremonies that will be conducted, cremated. This is, of course, a final tribute by the Congress party workers. As you see, hundreds of people who have come here, congregating. They didn't get really an opportunity to pay their last respects because the time was short. But even then, many of them trudging along and giving their final journey to Dr. Manmohan Singh, their final tribute. People continue to walk here. AICC workers, Congress party workers. I saw even party leaders from the Trinamool Congress, Sudip Bandyopadhyay, who were deputed here to be, to come and give their tribute to Dr. Manmohan Singh. So it is now the final journey of Dr. Manmohan Singh at the age of 92, being a minority Sikh Prime Minister and was able to run this country at the helm of affairs for 10 long years, the architect of modern India in terms of economic reforms. We haven't seen an entire generation who will take a long time to understand that here was a father of bringing in liberalization, much against, and those people today, it's ironical, were opposed to economic reforms. Be it the left parties, be it the BJP, it was in those trying times, even within his own Congress party, that he was facing brickbats, that he steered clear with the full support of then Prime Minister Narasimha Rao to take India and make that giant leap in economic liberalization. So it's in those contexts that we will be waiting to see how his legacy, and as he said to us, history will be kinder, how in the years to come, they would look at a man who was humble, simple, incorruptible, and yet was able to steer clear through a very, very critical phase in India's history in the recent past. So that's Dr. Manmohan Singh for you. And he was able, as you're well aware, to have a glorious period in terms of gross domestic product, which is rare to find consecutively for a long period of time. That's the legacy of Dr. Manmohan Singh and how he went forward as he and his family and the Congress president and the former Congress president Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi and others accompany him on that final journey to Nigam Bodh Ghat, where he will be given full state honors with all the three service chiefs, the President of India, the Prime Minister, the Cabinet Secretary and others will pay their last respects before he is cremated after the religious ceremony. So that's the entire process that is going to unveil in the next few minutes when his body is taken to Nigam Bodh Ghat for that final journey.
Right, so Neil, stay on with us. Let me bring in Shreya, who's joining us from the Nigam Bodh Ghat as well. Shreya, now the mortal remains being transported from the AICC headquarters to the Nigam Bodh Ghat, where the last rites will take place. Take us through the preparations there, about the top leaders as well as defence personnel. Have they arrived yet, and what is the situation like in terms of security deployment?
Well, of course, the atmosphere is very heavy with respect and mourning as the funeral procession of Dr. Manmohan Singh, India's 14th Prime Minister, has started from the AICC headquarters towards the Nigam Bodh Ghat. Here you can see the Indian Army has lined up here as the guard of honor. The military and paramilitary forces have been deployed. Barricades are put in place. Delhi police forces are also are here. The security has been beefed up because we know that several VIPs, VVIPs, foreign dignitaries will be coming here to pay the last respect. And also, if we talk about the other leaders who will be here, including President Draupadi Murmu, Prime Minister Narendra Modi, Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, Lok Sabha Speaker Om Birla, all of them, leader of Lok Sabha Speaker Om Birla, all these people will be arriving here shortly at around 11:45 after several leaders paid their final rites, respect, and performed the last rites at the AICC headquarters. It is here at Nigam Bodh Ghat where the final journey of Dr. Manmohan Singh to the heavenly abode will take place. The cremation will take place. We know that he was going through extreme age-related conditions for the last 2 months, and we lost him day before yesterday. He was 92 years of age. We know that last night one of his daughters arrived from the US, and that is why the funeral got delayed a tad bit. Today, final funeral procession will take place with his entire family. We will see them shortly here at Nigam Bodh Ghat. Preparations are in full swing. Security has been beefed up. We are talking about a magnanimous man who had been, who will be known as the hero of the middle class, the architect of Indian modern economy, for bringing about the economic liberalization at a tough time when India was going through the fiscal deficit. The man who handled the India nuclear deal, or the man who brought about devaluation of the Indian rupee, who also brought about. He was always known as a reluctant politician. He was a technocrat, a leading statesman, a man who came from humble background, from an undivided village in Punjab, and he rose through the rank through his educational qualifications.
My colleague Suni Prabhu there speaking to some leaders at the Congress headquarters. Let's cut across.
So I'm joined by somebody who was a close confidant of Dr. Manmohan Singh, was his Administrative Reforms Committee chairman in the first term, and then later on was his law minister, petroleum minister. What you have, your final thoughts on Dr. Manmohan Singh?
Yeah, Dr. Manmohan Singh is a great statesman, greatest economist, and also diplomat. He's a he is excellent in resolving problems, whether it was a conflict in finance or the conflict in any public relationship or with the foreign affairs or anything you give it to him, and he's a person who will resolve it. When the entire world, ran into financial problems, the banks like the Raymond banks and many of these banks collapsed. And he's the person, gave solutions to revive it. But
for you personally, he was somebody, for the Indo-US nuclear deal, you were the chairman, media committee at that time. He completely backed on you for getting things done. He says always, and even after demitting office, you were one of the few who would, visitors who would always look back. So if you can tell viewers about your anecdotes with Dr. Manmohan Singh.
Yeah, Dr. Manmohan Singh, he's so affectionate. And, I continued 4 decades of closest relationship we had, very warm, very liberal, and the highest democratic in nation. And, any problem you give to him, he is there to resolve it. And I have had to see a person who is a problem solver and also a person who can, maybe a Chanakya of the highest order.
And your thoughts today, as you said history should be kinder to us. What is your thoughts? Do you feel history will be kind?
I think the history is kind to him. And, the history will definitely write as a person who is, again, I am telling you that after Chanakya, we have not seen a statesman like him. And here is a Chanakya, excellence, par excellence.
So here you have it, a Chanakya of a different sort, a person where you don't actually see these kind of human beings in Indian politics. As he said, history will be kind. And in the years to come, a simple, humane person, a Sikh, a minority, to reach the highest top office of this country, architect of India's economic reforms, and as Dr. Manmohan Singh and his fellow colleagues were pointing out, Mr. Moily and others, that he was able to take India in a new international sphere, a great Indian indeed, in terms of how he felt India's enlightened national interest must come uppermost, and that was Dr. Manmohan Singh. And despite the many odds that he had, and came from partitioned Pakistan, he was part of the his family was part of the undivided Punjab, yet he wanted to foster better relations between India and Pakistan, because he felt it was in India's enlightened national interests that two neighbors would talk. That, of course, he didn't succeed. The rest, of course, is history. But that being said, the fact of the matter is that India has lost a great soul, a great statesman. And that is why we are seeing cutting across party lines internationally, nationally, people continue to condole the passing away of a legend.
Absolutely, Sunil. Stay on with us. Let me rope in Jayant Krishna, who is a senior fellow, the Centre of Strategic and International Studies. I'm also being joined at this point by Jagvinder Singh Virk, who is a chairman of the India-Australia Strategic Alliance. Let me bring in Jayant Krishna first. Now, as we heard Congress leaders talk about Dr. Singh as a Chanakya of sorts when it comes to politics, his style of leadership as well. Do you think the same applied to his politics when it came to international diplomacy and the way that he strengthened India-US ties during his tenure, sir?
Yeah, absolutely. If you look at the 2005 nuclear deal, was the crowning glory for Dr. Manmohan Singh, and his personal rapport and the comfort level the President George Bush had with Dr. Manmohan Singh, is legendary. It not only ended India's nuclear apartheid, but also created a very favorable geopolitical configuration in favor of India. Obviously. And what people don't realize that it was not just a civil nuclear deal, but it paved way for a huge amount of collaboration between the US and India in areas like critical technologies, high technology, defense collaboration, and so on and so forth. President Bush knew very well that India's nuclear energy requirement is only for civil purposes, and it always believed in the nuclear non-proliferation. So I think, and if you look at the trade, if you convert that in terms of economy, the trade between US and India, which was just a few $1 billion at that point of time, is now in excess of $200 billion, and is India is perhaps the only country with which where the trade between India and US, India has a surplus in its favor, which means India exports more to the US than what it imports from the US, so which is a very, very favorable situation. So I think I have so much of respect for the man, in terms of his intellect, in terms of his integrity, his humility, and his reforms. Earlier, as the finance minister, what he did, those were the most transformative reforms ever undertaken in the history of independent India in the last 77 years, not just for the economy, but all sectors put together, and which has changed the course of our economy for all times to come. Before the reforms, we used to grow at what we used to call as the Gandhian growth rate. And post in the last 33 years, if you look at, we have grown at, an average rate close to almost 7%, And so I think a lot India owes to its economy today, to how Dr. Manmohan Singh led the liberalization, led the reforms. And also, his diplomatic skills are not usually talked about. But amazing, the kind of collaboration, the kind of rapport building that he had with the major countries, and including the US, is remarkable. And I would rate his contribution in independent India as second to none, with the only exception of Nehru, which because he was there in the formative years of our economy. So it's commendable, and the country would always remember him with huge amount of gratitude, and respect for all times to come.
Right, stay on with us. Dr. Jagvinder Singh worked now in terms of his bridging the divide between the global world and India. He did do a lot of work, Dr. Singh, in that matter as well, in terms of ensuring that India was at par with international standards when it came to education. Manufacturing as well was one of the major things that he did, apart from his economic expertise, of course, sir.
Yeah, first of all, my condolences to the family and to all India, especially came from Australia, for this condolences for Dr. Manmohan Singh. Any building foundation depends upon how much long the building goes. But if you see Dr. Manmohan Singh, if you see India's growth right now in the world, everyone talking about India, the foundation is laid by Dr. Manmohan Singh. And that's when we were young, and that's the best example of Dr. Manmohan Singh in politics, how to be honest in politics and how to live your life in politics, and without a single black dot on his shirt. That's the best example of any politician in the history of India. And I must say, some people said in the past as well, accidental prime minister, this thing, that thing, but I don't. And today, if I see, if every eye is crying, every eye has a water in it because of Manmohan Singh, the person yesterday I visited his house, Mr. Naveen Jindal, everyone is talking about him. That's the best thing what Dr. Manmohan Singh did. And across worldwide politics, if you see when President Obama said, when Dr. Manmohan Singh speaks, world listens. That is one of the best statement any leader has given in the US. And yesterday I spoke with Peter Dutton, our opposition leader in Australia, and he also has high regards for him. I don't know any leader in the world who don't have a high regards for Dr. Manmohan Singh. And that's the best thing what we have as Indians. For last 20 years, I'm staying in Australia. The respect what we got overseas, Dr. Manmohan Singh played a significant role. And now Prime Minister Modi is taking that role forward and taking the India forward. But the foundation is laid by Dr. Manmohan Singh. And in Hindi, we say, Sardar bhi hai aur Asardar bhi hai. So that's what we can see right now. The people who speaks, sometimes when person doesn't speak on the camera and we think he's not doing anything, but sometimes it shows he has done a remarkable job. I'm listening to another panelist, the things what he's done in nuclear deal, the information about, I was listening to Mr. Jindal's interview yesterday about RTI things. There are a lot of things, the respect of women, what he has in his mind. I think that's a remarkable thing for a leader. And any youth leader who wants to be in politics, I think he has to follow those footsteps as an economist. No, I don't have any words. The things what he have achieved coming from Pakistan at 12 years of age, and for 10 years, for 12 years where he stayed, there's no electricity in his house. He came from that humble background, and once upon a time when he was studying in Cambridge, he didn't have 20 pounds and to pay his fees and all the things. But see, from that level, he made sure he will struggle. I think it's the best example of struggle what we seen in Dr. Manmohan Singh today.
Jayant Krishna, before I come to you, let me quickly tell our viewers about the visuals that we're bringing in at this point. The funeral convoy there of Dr. Manmohan Singh, where his mortal remains are being taken to Nigam Bodh Ghat. We can also see Rahul Gandhi in the convoy as well, along with the mortal remains there. Let me bring in Jayant Krishna. Sir, now in terms of relationships that Dr. Manmohan Singh cultivated with leaders, like Barack Obama or George Bush, do you think that also played an important role in ensuring that India has good bilateral ties with the West?
Oh, absolutely. By any reckoning, the ties that he had with George Bush, with President Obama, with the German Chancellor, with the UK's Prime Minister, I think that paved, a way for the kind of bilateral ties we have, the kind of bilateral trade we have, the kind of FDIs that we get into India today. I think it's amazing, and FDI as a percentage of GDP actually peaked during Dr. Manmohan Singh's prime ministership. So I think I remember before joining the government, I was with the Tata Group, and when our international clients used to come to India, or we used to go abroad to meet them, and very often these people, many of them would say that what an amazing country you are. You have one of the best economists the world has seen as your prime minister, and one of the best scientists all over the world, as your president. What they meant was Dr. APJ Kalam when these people were there at the same point of time in history. Right. So I think it was a very different era, and look at Dr. Manmohan Singh, how he was, his complete career was based on merit and nothing else. Look at the role in the kind of roles he got: the principal economic advisor, the vice chairman, planning commission, the chairman of UGC, the finance secretary, RBI governor, finance minister, and subsequently the prime minister. All this happened by virtue of his merit. He didn't know anybody. There was nobody to recommend him. He didn't have a huge political base. He was not even a politician. But today we criticize about the lateral entry into government. But I see a lot of merit into it if it is done the right way. And if there was no lateral entry, somebody of the capability and intellect of Dr. Manmohan Singh would never have come in public life in the country. So I think it's an amazing thing. And I personally had a few interactions with him during the when he was reforming India's skills landscape, at the later part of his UPA 1 and a lot of it in the UPA 2. And how seamlessly the National Skills Qualification Framework was ratified by the Union Cabinet. The Apprenticeship Act reforms were all finalized. Of course, the act was passed when Prime Minister Modi came, but all the formative work was done in Dr. Manmohan Singh's regime. The National Skill Development Corporation as a public-private partnership to deliver schemes on a large scale happened. The Sector Skill Councils came. So this man was all about transformation, about reforms, and let me tell you, people who think that he was a mild-mannered person, soft person, I have no hesitation to say on this channel that behind his soft exterior there was a no-nonsense and a very, very strong interior. He was very resolute in the things that he believed in, be it the economic reforms, be it the nuclear deal, be it the right to education, a right to information. I remember when right to information was getting passed in the parliament, he said, we are giving you one big stick to beat us with. But this is a kind of law whose time has come, and it has my full support. Right to information, right to education, Manrega, Aadhaar, land acquisition bill. So I think the list is long. All his life, this man for reforms And India wouldn't have been what it is today if Dr. Manmohan Singh was not the finance minister in 91, supported by the then Prime Minister Narasimha Rao, and later as the finance minister, as the Prime Minister of the country from 2004 till 2014, and especially during the UPA one. Laura, look at 2008. When the world was seeing such a bad economic situation. Dr. Singh's strategy could keep India largely isolated. From the negatives of the economic crisis of 2008. Right. So I think. The list is long. I have so much of respect for this man. I can't even, I don't have words to describe it fully,
Absolutely. Stay on with us, Mr. Krishna and Dr. Work. Let me quickly bring in my colleague Shreya, who's joining us from the Nigam Bodh Ghat. Shreya, now we are getting in visuals of the funeral convoy heading towards Nigam Bodh Ghat. We are seeing the top leaders that are accompanying the convoy as well. Rahul Gandhi can be seen sitting in the convoy. Take us through the preparations there right outside Nigam Bodh Ghat as the last rites are about to take place in perhaps in just another half an hour.
Well, of course, we can see, the VIP senior leaders coming in. We just spoke to Delhi Congress Chief Devendra Yadav, and you can see the preparations are in full swing, and soon we will be bearing Dr. Singh's mortal remains, flanked by military personnel here at the Nigam Bodh Ghat very soon. And we know for a fact that a large number of military, paramilitary forces have been deployed. Security has been beefed up, and very soon we will be seeing the funeral procession. And I'm also joined by a foreign dignitary writer. So please introduce yourself and please tell me your memory of Dr. Manmohan Singh.
See, I am here today to be part. I am the Charge Affairs of Palestine Embassy. I am based here in Delhi since 2014.
How will you remember Dr. Manmohan?
I will tell you. It is not personal member, it's Palestinian member. Today I am coming here to be part of his funeral by the name of the President of Palestine, Mahmoud Abbas, His Excellency. And we send an official condolence letter to the Prime Minister of India, remembering the effort of Mr. Manmohan Singh. And also we present our condolence to the President of Congress Party. He has a long journey, valuable journey to support Palestinian cause in politician things and in finance things. When he's a Prime Minister, he's 2008, he's given us land in Chenekaburi to money to support and to make this valuable place to Palestinian in Chenekaburi. Then he, former Prime Minister with the President of Palestine together, they are in September 2012. So we have long time of relationship with him as an Indian politician.
Have you ever personally met him?
No, I have never met him, but most of our leaders has met him. And first meeting is in 1992 when the leaders of PLO, Yasser Arafat, coming to Delhi, when the Prime Minister Narasimha Rao, he's union.
That just goes on to show the magnanimous global stature of Dr. Manmohan Singh, his contribution to not only the country but also worldwide. Here the situation is getting chaotic, as we can see the security getting tightened up. We will soon see the gun carriage draped in the national flag bearing Dr. Manmohan Singh's mortal remains arriving here as we bid him goodbye. The final journey from here to heavenly abodes, and soon we will see Prime Minister Narendra Modi, Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, President Draupadi Murmu, along with other leaders arriving here. And of course we can see that everybody is here. They are mourning the profound loss of the modern the maker of modern India's economy, and the man who definitely steered India into its 21st century, who brought about not only economic, political reforms but also social reforms. The nation might bid him goodbye for the final time, but his legacy remains, his political, social legacy remains. The kind of initiatives that he brought about, including the RTI, RT, Manrega, Aadhaar, these different initiatives that revolutionized India once and for all. These are his legacy for people to remember, and of course his life in itself has been incredibly inspiring. If one son reads his daughter's biography, his daughter's book, a biography on Dr. Manmohan Singh and his wife. It's called Strictly Personal. It shows how a struggle-filled life he's led, but he rose through the ranks through his determination and grit. A person who saw the ravages of partition and then went on to become a leading statesman, a man who brought about so many changes in a conflict-filled country like India. That just goes on to show the politician that he was, a man who was never elected as a Prime Minister but appointed for 2 continuous terms from 2004 to 2014. Right now we are awaiting his mortal remains. Here you can see people entering, foreign dignitaries and visitors entering Nigam Bodh Ghat to pay to Dr. Singh, India's 14th Prime Minister, a man of quiet dignity, a technocrat, an economist turned politician. He was also a professor at the Delhi School of Economics, and I have my friends there who are also continuously, conducting a mourning period there. They are paying their condolences to Dr. Manmohan Singh. We saw leaders across party lines pouring their heartfelt condolences to the family. He was 92 years of age. He was going through.
Right.
Now
Shreya there at the Nigam Bodh Ghat, where remember the mortal remains of Dr. Singh are just going to reach in a couple of minutes perhaps. Visuals that are coming in, of course, are of the convoy, the funeral convoy of Dr. Singh, where top leaders are accompanying as well. Dignitaries have already reached Nigam Bodh Ghat, is what we're learning as far as the ground situation is concerned. I'm being joined by Dr. Vark, who's still with us. Sir, now, do you think that the economic background of Dr. Singh had influenced greatly the way that he dealt with his international diplomacy?
Best example I just saw on your screen, Singapore country, they also bowed down they put the flag down, right, half the thing, and Mr. Biden said he's a true statesman. So I think that's the best examples. Every leader of the world and they understand the value of India and what Dr. Manmohan Singh did for India as in 2008 when all the global crisis happening. So that's that all the world leaders, including our former Prime Minister Tony Abbott. I spoke to him this morning. He is also economist from Oxford, and he sometimes tells me when he became Prime Minister of the country in 2013, he also listened those speeches of Manmohan Singh and a lot of things. What they, when world leaders listening to Indian leaders, it is not a small thing. Please understand. I live in Australia for last 20 years. The big statements. So that's what Manmohan Singh was the only, if I may say, the only Prime Minister of India independence after 1947 who is very well respected as a person, as an economist, as a politician, or as a statesman. He was very widely respected worldwide, and that's what we also feel respect the same way when our NREs who live in Australia, Canada, US, and my prayers and my condolences from every NRI who is countries like Australia, Canada, US, and various all countries, and our condolences. And we feel proud. We feel so proud. Dr. Manmohan Singh is a former Indian Prime Minister, and is a great, and we feel proud in that. And the people who are following his footsteps, people like Geeta Gopinath, who is chief economist at IMF.
देखिए, चिट्ठी लिखने का स्थिति आनी नहीं चाहिए थी। बिना चिट्ठी लिखे हुए ही केंद्र सरकार खुद को आगे आकर के फैसला करना चाहिए था। हम सर सम्मान इनका स्मारक यहाँ बनेगा, दाह संस्कार होगा, जैसे वाजपेयी जी का कैसे हुआ है, वो तो उनकी पार्टी के नेता थे। ये 10 साल मुख्य प्रधानमंत्री रहे हैं भी तो। जी बिल्कुल। और इनका जीवन देखिए ना, जो इनका व्यक्तित्व कर्तृत्व है वो निराला है, देश में निराला है, लीक से हटके हैं। वो जिंदगी जीना 50-60 साल तक पब्लिक के लिए, वो अपना की बड़ी मिसाल है, बेमिसाल है।
अशोक गहलोत जी, बीजेपी कह रही है कि कांग्रेस राजनीति कर रही है और जमीन देने की बात और स्मारक की बात तो पहले ही हो चुकी है।
ये तो झूठ बोलते हैं, ये तो हमारी शिकायत उनसे है। आपने गलती की तो गलती स्वीकार कर लो। पहले हम नहीं सोच पाए हैं, हम आपकी भावना का आदर करते हैं, आपकी मांग है हम उसको मंजूर करते हैं, तो ज्यादा उनका इज्जत मान सम्मान बढ़ता बीजेपी का।
आप लोग कहाँ चाहते हैं स्मारक बने?
वो तो उनकी सरकार प्रपोज तो करती, परिवार उनको कहता भी हम चाहते हैं यहाँ होता अच्छा रहेगा। फैसला करना गवर्नमेंट को होता है, कलम उनकी चलती है।
Your thoughts on Dr. Manmohan Singh?
Ashok Gehlot there talking about the memorial that is set to be built for Dr. Singh.
आज याद आता है what we are feeling today, at least myself.
Right, we'll bring you more reactions, of course, that are coming in from the ground. Dr. Work, there we are seeing, of course, there are reactions coming in from the ground as well. But Dr. Work, if you're still with us, I'd like to ask you about how Dr. Singh navigated the issue of border politics as well, you know, when it comes to China and leading the global south. Right, all right. We'll try and bring in Dr. Work as well as reactions coming in from the ground. But what you heard just earlier was Ashok Gehlot, Congress leader, talking about the memorial that is set to be built for Dr. Singh. And remember, the Congress has been pushing time and again for the memorial to be built at Rajghat. They were also earlier pushing for the last rites to be done at the Rajghat. But as of now, the mortal remains are being transported to Nigam Bodh Ghat, where the last rites and military honours will be given for Dr. Singh. We'll continue tracking these details.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
A festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip at the spiritual Sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
NDTV shines with 38 prestigious wins at the News Television Awards 2024. Powerful journalism to cutting-edge digital innovation, production excellence to regional leadership. NDTV sets the benchmark. 38 awards, each a testament to your trust in NDTV. NDTV stands for trust. In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
Download any single ID partner app, link your card and earn reward with top rank.
Get it free with single ID.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Mahakumbh, a festival of faith. The world's biggest spiritual festival. The divine dip at the spiritual Sangam. A sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
2024, the year that was, when India welcomed Ram. When India decided,
मैं नरेंद्र दामोदर दास मोदी,
when Jammu and Kashmir turned a historic leaf,
as Chief Minister for the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir,
when India mourned, when India celebrated, when India protested, when India felt proud, when India scaled new highs, NDTV brought it all to you, your trusted news destination, yesterday, today and tomorrow.
A very warm welcome to the first edition of the NDTV Emerging Business Conclave 2024.
MSME विभाग एक महत्वपूर्ण विभाग है.
We have to think about what is brand India. India will always stand for democracy. We will always be one of the largest investors in the world.
It is also very, very important that these MSMEs grow.
We are seeing that women are coming up in many other sectors apart from the traditional sectors.
New day, new show, a new experience. Start your day with the news.
So thanks. Here I have with me somebody who has, worked very closely with Dr. Manmohan Singh's office in those years as political secretary to Sheila Dixit. How do you, your thoughts and
it's a glorious era that comes to an end, and unfortunately they don't make such leaders anymore. Cutting across party lines, I think Dr. Manmohan Singh stood tall for the values of integrity, humility, simplicity that he carried all his life. You were part of that entire time, critical period when the UPA saw a lot of turmoil with Sheila Dixit, the Commonwealth Games, the Shunglu Committee report, Dr. Singh setting it up, and yet he stood he stood by his Sheila Dixit. I think what we need to appreciate is that Dr. Singh and Mrs. Dixit always stood for being correct in public life. So the correctness of conduct is something which both these leaders had, and a lot of our leaders definitely have. And so that era that you're talking about, yes, it was a tumultuous era, but everybody behaved in a very correct manner. Dr. Singh said, and as you all put it out in your advertisement today, history will be kinder to him. Do you believe that is now coming true?
Sunil, people have already, over the last 10 years, started comparing. And that comparison, I'm sorry, this government will not be able to avoid. Comparisons will happen, they always happen. Dr. Singh stands tall. There's no doubt about that. In his silence, he achieved a lot, much more than all these people shouting around from morning to evening.
One last point, unnecessary controversy about the memorial.
Well, it's avoidable, and I think the onus of avoiding these controversies lies at the doorstep of the government.
You feel that the memorial...
Obviously. He's the greatest, one of the greatest sons of India.
जहां तक हमारी सरकार का प्रश्न है, प्रधानमंत्री श्री मोदी जी की सरकार ने दलगत भावना से ऊपर उठकर सभी नेताओं को सम्मान दिया है। कांग्रेस पार्टी के 3 नेताओं को भारत रत्न दिया है, मदन मोहन मालवीय जी, पीवी नरसिम्हा राव जी और प्रणब मुखर्जी जी। कांग्रेस के अनेक नेताओं को पद्म अवार्ड दिया है, जिसमें एससी जमीर और तरुण गोगोई जी हैं। सरदार पटेल की सबसे ऊंची मूर्ति बनाई है। इससे बहुत स्पष्ट है कि जहां एक तरफ श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में भारतीय जनता पार्टी और एनडीए की सरकार सभी महानुभावों को, महापुरुषों को, जिन्होंने देश में कोई भी योगदान दिया है, उसके प्रति उनको इतिहास में उचित स्थान देने के लिए प्रतिबद्ध है। इसीलिए हमने प्रधानमंत्री संग्रहालय बनाकर देश के सभी प्रधानमंत्रियों को इतिहास में उचित स्थान दिलाने के लिए और उनका सम्मान दिलाने के लिए वह व्यवस्था बनाई है, जिसमें अधिकांश कांग्रेस के ही प्रधानमंत्री हैं।
बहुत सज्जन थे, हमारे देश के लिए एक बहुत महत्वपूर्ण प्रधानमंत्री हमें मिले थे, कि जो सबका सुनते थे और गरीबों की बात वो हमेशा करते थे। उन्होंने फूड स्कीम निकाली, उन्होंने आधार कार्ड निकाला और वो हमेशा के लिए गरीबों के लिए ध्यान देते थे।
देखो, स्टार्ट नहीं हुआ है, हमारी मांग है ये कि मेमोरियल के लिए जगह देनी चाहिए सरकार को। अगर वाजपेयी साहब को जगह दे सकते हैं तो डॉक्टर मनमोहन सिंह को जगह क्यों नहीं मिल सकती? और इकलौते सिख थे और ऐसे व्यक्ति थे जिनको पूरा देश, चाहे ऑपोजिशन के लोग थे, चाहे दुनिया में कोई और व्यक्ति था, वो सब मानते थे कि डॉक्टर मनमोहन सिंह की बहुत बड़ी देन इस देश को है, दुनिया को है।
Manmohan Singh has made it very clear before he died that the media and the opposition party will have to remember him. Every part of every single citizen of this country has to remember him on whatever the works he has done for the country. He has done on a giving on rights through the constitution. So everyone is getting that benefit. So he has looked at every section of the society.
Yesterday, sir, Khalge saab need to speak with government to allocate a memorial site.
Of course, that is the need of the hour. I hope a good mind will prevail upon them and give whatever the request of the Congress party.
Thank you.
देखिए, उनके एक स्वच्छ छवि को भी दाग लगाने की कोशिश की गई, फिर भी वो विचलित नहीं हुए, वो डगमगाए नहीं। अपना काम देश के प्रति ईमानदारी से करना, यही वो समझते थे। और कभी रिवेंज पॉलिटिक्स उनके कभी छुई भी नहीं। काम करना, देश को आगे बढ़ाना और ईमानदारी के साथ बढ़ाना, यही उनका काम था।
एक बहुत वाजिब उन्होंने बात, एक सुझाव दिया है, और क्योंकि इतना लंबा समय इन्होंने देश की सेवा की है, तो वाजिब बनता है ये बात कि उनके लिए एक अलग कहीं उनका मेमोरियल बना होना चाहिए। ये बिल्कुल वाजिब है। एक युग पुरुष थे, एक करण योगी थे, और उनके साथ तो एक युग खत्म हुआ है, तो इस कारण ये सरकार को बनता ही है कि उनको ऐसी अलग जगह दिया जाए।
My colleague Shreya joins us from the Nigam Bodh Ghat. Shreya, now we're getting in visuals of the funeral convoy almost about to reach the Ghat there. Take us to the preparations there. When can we expect the convoy to be reaching?
Well, in the next couple of minutes, we will see the funeral procession of Dr. Manmohan Singh arriving at the Nigam Bodh Ghat. You can see the situation outside here is getting chaotic. Security has been beefed up. Several leaders are stepping in. We saw Delhi Congress Chief Delhi Congress chief arriving, then also stepping into the Nigam Bodh Ghat to pay the final respect to Dr. Manmohan Singh. Within a couple of minutes, we will see the carriage bearing the mortal remains of Dr. Manmohan Singh, flanked by military personnel coming here. A large number of military, paramilitary forces have been deployed. Delhi police is here, and a large number of SPG, Special Protection Group officials, are also inside. As you can see the visuals, and also the military forces are standing there in guard of honor to welcome the dignitaries. We spoke to several foreign dignitaries who of course, political, social legacy left behind by Dr. Manmohan Singh. We know that the last religious rites were performed at the AICC headquarters, and the final cremation will take place here at Nigam Bodh Ghat.
Right, Shreya. Thank you for joining us and bringing us those details. These, of course, are visuals coming in as the convoy heads towards Nigam Bodh Ghat. Remember, top military honours will be presented for Dr. Singh, the 14th former Prime Minister that India had. Remember, the Prime Minister, the President, Vice President will be paying respects, laying wreath before the last rites take place. We're expecting that to take place at around 11:45. And as of now, it seems that the events are taking place as per schedule. We're also getting in visuals of top leaders entering Nigam Bodh Ghat. You can also see visuals of security deployment outside of Nigam Bodh Ghat as the VIPs enter there. We're also going to be seeing Defence Minister as well as chiefs of various defence forces that are going to be laying wreath first. That's of course how the last rites are going to be starting with military honours for Dr. Singh. Post that, the Prime Minister, the President, the Vice President as well as Lok Sabha Speaker will be paying their respects as well. Remember, Dr. Singh is one of those few leaders who are respected and revered across party lines. We're seeing not just Congress leaders whom he works closely with, but also leaders from other parties who are paying respects for him. Not just that, world leaders as well are mourning his death, are sharing their anecdotes of Dr. Singh and what he was revered for. Not only his economic intellect, but his way of dealing with the media and criticism that came his way as well. Stories for you. For now, a short break.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
Former Prime Minister Manmohan Singh passes away at 92, state funeral shortly. Politics over Dr. Singh's memorial. Congress demands appropriate location. Government ensures to allocate separate space. ED summons BRS working president KTR in the Formula E race case. Donald Trump raises concerns over China's expanding influence in the Panama Canal.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number 1 in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
We are able to maintain the democratic fabric and the democratic system.
I want to do something that can make a difference.
लगातार जनता की आवाज को सरकार तक पहुंचाने का काम मैं करता हूं.
I was a student up until very recently. I really want to work and do something for my people because they have given me this opportunity. They have elected me.
सोचा नहीं था कि राज्यसभा सांसद बनूंगी.
Mahakumbh, a festival of faith. The world's biggest spiritual festival. The divine dip at the spiritual Sangam. A sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
NDTV shines with 38 prestigious wins at the News Television Awards 2024. Powerful journalism to cutting-edge digital innovation. Production excellence to regional leadership. NDTV sets the benchmark. 38 awards, each a testament to your trust in NDTV. NDTV stands for trust.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
This week on India Ascends.
Will Myanmar's junta chiefs see the same fate as Syria's Bashar al-Assad? Beijing in limbo as Xi's purge extends to his own men? How Trudeau's own misgivings are likely to become his end? And broken souls in a broken system, why young Wall Street bankers are getting by using ADHD pills.
All this and more only on India Ascends with me, Gauri Dwivedi, at these timings on the NDTV network.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Mahakumbh, a festival of faith. The world's biggest spiritual festival. The divine dip at the spiritual Sangam. A sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
(2024), the year that was, when India welcomed Ram. When India decided,
मैं नरेंद्र दामोदर दास मोदी,
when Jammu and Kashmir turned a historic leaf,
as Chief Minister for the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir,
when India mourned, when India celebrated, when India protested, when India felt proud, when India scaled new highs. NDTV brought it all to you, your trusted news destination, yesterday, today and tomorrow.
A very warm welcome to the first edition of the NDTV Emerging Business Conclave 2024.
MSME विभाग
एक महत्वपूर्ण विभाग है।
We have to think about what is brand India. India will always stand for democracy. We will always be one of the largest investors in the world.
It is also very, very important that these MSMEs grow.
We are seeing that women are coming up in many other sectors apart from the traditional sectors.
The nation is bidding farewell to former Prime Minister Dr. Manmohan Singh. His mortal remains are being taken to the Nigam Bodh Ghat, where the last rites will take place with full military honour. We'll bring you the latest updates from the ground on his last journey, but first the headlines. Former Prime Minister and architect of India's modern economy, Dr. Manmohan Singh, passes away at the age of 92. State funeral to be held shortly. Politics over Dr. Singh's memorial. Congress demands appropriate location. Government ensures to allocate separate space. Formula E race case haunts KTR. ED summons BRS working president KTR to appear before ED on the 7th of January. US President-elect Donald Trump has raised concerns about China's expanding influence in the Panama Canal region, criticizing high fee and suggesting a return to US control. And the Nitish Sundar duo help India claw back in a century stand. The young guns save India from embarrassment.
Well, I can tell you 100% this is going to be the first.
India mourns the loss of one of its most revered leaders, Dr. Manmohan Singh, who passed away on Thursday night. Former Prime Minister, Dr. Manmohan Singh, widely recognized as the architect of India's economic reforms, especially since the early 1990s, was 92 years old when he passed away. 7-day state mourning has been declared and all flags are flying at half-mast as tributes pour in from across the world. In fact, several nations like Singapore are flying their flags at half-mast in honor of the former Prime Minister as well. As the 13th Prime Minister of India, serving from 2004 to 2014, Dr. Singh left an indelible mark on the country's history. The mortal remains of Singh were at the AICC headquarters in New Delhi, where several leaders had laid wreath and had paid their last respects. Before now, as the visuals are coming in of the funeral convoy that's being taken to Nigam Bodh Ghat, where the last rites will be taking place with full military honours as well. So the former Prime Minister will be paid tribute to by several leaders, top leaders, including Prime Minister, President, Vice President as well. I'm being joined at this moment by Sunil Prabhu joining us from the Congress headquarters, as well as Shreya from Nigam Bodh Ghat. Let me bring in Sunil first. Sunil, now we are learning that the mortal remains are about to reach Nigam Bodh Ghat in just a few minutes perhaps, where the last rites will take place.
That's right. As we speak, the Chief of the Armed Forces, the Naval Chief, as well as the Air Force Chief have left from here in the central Delhi towards Nigam Bodh Ghat, and as the mortal remains of Dr. Manmohan Singh arrive at Nigam Bodh Ghat for his final, cremation, I think everybody cutting across party lines. We've seen the last 3 days, ever since the news of his passing away, tributes being pouring in, not only nationally but internationally, and about the legacy that he left. As he said, hopefully history will be kinder to him. I think today, as we have seen in the last 3 days, history has been kinder, even prompting the government to say that a befitting memorial will be put in place for Dr. Manmohan Singh, who's seen as the father of economic reforms, helping India get a strategic place. So that was the role of Dr. Manmohan Singh, Minority Sikh Prime Minister, who held the office for 2 consecutive terms and has been the first Prime Minister since Nehru to get a second consecutive time. Let's remember, he was a minority Sikh Prime Minister, backed and controlled a coalition government, a very, very different era of which we don't see ever happen again. So it's definitely something that is epoch-making, and as generations will take a long time to understand that there was such a simple, humble and good human being who held the highest office, and that was his trademark of being simple and humble.
Absolutely, Sunil, but there seems to be politics that's erupting on the background as well over the memorial for Dr. Singh, where Congress has been time and again pushing for a memorial at the Rajghat, and they have made comparisons with Vajpayee, so there seems to be some back and forth. Although the centre has said that they will allocate a separate area for where the memorial will be made.
That's right. It's an unfortunate, state of affairs that definitely has taken place. But the fact is that, irrespective, finally, that whether a former Prime Minister should have been in the Rajghat precincts instead of Nigam Bodh Ghat as a resting place, is it really about a trust or an issue about allocating space? But that being said, I think we'll leave that controversy for another day. The fact of the matter is that Dr. Manmohan Singh would have last wanted it. He was a simple man, he was a humble man, and they have assured the Congress party as well as its president that they will definitely be giving a space so that people of this country could remember that there was a Sikh Prime Minister who took India to a different height, created a great Indian middle class, which will be very difficult to emulate for anybody in recent times.
Thank you, Sunil, for joining us and bringing us those details. I'm also being joined by my colleague Shreya, who's joining us from Nigam Bodh Ghat. Shreya, we're expecting the funeral convoy to reach Nigam Bodh Ghat shortly, where the last rites will take place with full military honour, where we are learning that most of the top dignitaries have already reached the Ghat.
To see the flower-decked vehicle, the carriage bearing Dr. Singh's mortal remains arriving here. You can see the police forces have tightened the security right outside the Nigam Bodh Ghat as senior leaders come in. We've spoken to several foreign dignitaries as well who have only that Dr. Manmohan Singh has left behind. We can see the military and paramilitary forces that have been deployed, the military forces that are standing, as a guard of honor to welcome all the dignitaries who are here to final home last to Dr. Manmohan Singh. This is where the cremation will take place at around 11:45. Soon the carriage, bearing Dr. Manmohan Singh draped in the national flag will be arriving here. The entire road has been cleared up. As you can see, the Prime Minister Narendra Modi is expected to come from this route.
Right, my colleague Shreya there at the Nigam Bodh Ghat, as she was explaining, the security arrangements are in place. Most of the dignitaries already there at Nigam Bodh Ghat. We are expecting that the Prime Minister and President as well as Vice President will be arriving soon as well. Remember, they're going to be paying their respects as well. And at around 11:45 is when we're expecting the last rites and cremation will take place. The visuals on your screen, of course, are of the funeral convoy that is expected to reach the Nigam Bodh Ghat shortly. I'm being joined by senior journalists Aarti Jairath and Aditi Fadnis. Thank you for joining us. Let me start off with Aarti Jairath. Ma'am, in terms of criticisms, unfortunately, Dr. Singh was on the receiving end of several criticism that came along his way during his tenure. One of those being that he could have done more in terms of corruption or curbing corruption, and then, there was criticism of that sort of overshadowing his achievements, ma'am.
In hindsight, actually, in retrospect, much of the corruption cloud that hung over the second term of his government has turned out actually to be false. The biggest one being the 2G scam, right, which was pegged at some 1,78,000 crores, a figure which None of us could even imagine how many zeros are in that figure. But, now, we find that that figure was highly, highly exaggerated. And, the author of that report, he himself has admitted that he may have erred. So, as I think Manmohan Singh has said, and it's been repeated again and again, history will be kinder to him, and history will be kinder to him because now, in retrospect, we're finding that much of that corruption scam has turned out to be untrue. It was exaggerated, used by political opponents to taint the government, to taint, the Congress. And, and it's very sad because it led to policy paralysis, and after years of high growth, we recorded perhaps the highest growth during his tenure. But the last 2 years of that 10-year period, unfortunately, saw a slump because of policy paralysis caused by these, these scandals, which now we find some of them actually had no basis.
Absolutely. Aditi Fadnis, speaking of criticism that Dr. Singh received, one of the other things that was being told about him is that, the Sonia Gandhi government or the Congress government was the one that was dictating his actions, and that he did not, come out with stronger, say, statements or stronger decisions. But when you talk about the key decisions that he made, especially the financial crisis of 2008 and his economic decisions, you can clearly see that his erudite knowledge of economics is the driving force behind major key decisions that he's taken as well.
Well, in a government, when there are two centers of power, there will inevitably be people who will try and, play both sides to the middle. So, naturally, there were people who wanted things to be done. And they said, they used to tell him, they used to tell the PMO that we've spoken to Madam, she has agreed to this and you should go ahead with it. PMO was not likely to ring up Madam and ask whether she had indeed assented. So there were a whole lot of things that happened because of that. But I think mainly Dr. Manmohan Singh's personal honesty and personal integrity can never be questioned by anyone. A senior bureaucrat is reported to have posted that when he did as finance minister, when he did the devaluation, he handed over the government a check for the balance of the difference between his foreign earnings and post and pre-devaluation. Obviously, devaluation meant that the rupee had become weaker, and therefore those who were earning a dollar salary would have earned more in rupee terms than they would have done before the devaluation. He gave a check to the government of India for this amount because he felt that he had inside knowledge of the devaluation when it was to come. Obviously, he did it himself, so he knew it was going to happen. And he did not want to profit by a decision that he has taken as Manmohan Singh, the finance minister. So these are all things that stand out. They belong to, I think, maybe a different era. I'm not sure if you will see that kind of thing happening today. And that is what made him stand out. And that is why even his bitter critics, including the left parties, are now paying tribute to him. They were part of his government for a while. Even they are paying now tribute to him because you cannot deny his contribution to India's economy, on stabilizing India's economy at a time when it was badly needed.
Right. Aarti Jairath, now, can we call this an end of an era? Because Deve Gowda seems to be the only surviving former Prime Minister now after Dr. Manmohan Singh.
Well, when Prime Minister Narendra Modi came to power in 2014, I think that really marked the end of an era because it was the end of the coalition era. For, about 20, 30 years before that, we had seen coalition government after coalition government after coalition, some of them very unstable, which fell in a couple of years. And then, one full-term government run by Vajpayee, and then two full-term governments run by Dr. Singh. And now we are back to single party rule. I don't know whether we will go back to a coalition era ever. So yes, I mean, the passing away of Manmohan Singh is definitely, the end of that era of politics. But, I would like to also, bring in one more point that apart from his contribution on the to the economy and on the economic front and, making India now a global player, in terms of economy and trade, apart from that, one other very significant contribution he made was to end, the nuclear apartheid against India by signing that civil nuclear deal with the United States. That, although it didn't gain us entry into that elite NSG club, many of the restrictions that were placed by the NSG on transfer of high-end technology to India were removed because of that deal, because the United States really pushed for it, when the NSG met. And because those restrictions have been lifted, we are today in a position to, for instance, one of the, big showpieces of the Modi government is that India is now going to be manufacturing semiconductors. And that has only happened because we now have access to that kind of technology, which would never have happened had he not pushed that nuclear deal. And the nuclear deal is one instance of which, when everybody says that he was a puppet prime minister and so on, he stood his ground on that because he felt it was in India's national interest to gain access to all the technology that had been denied it for decades. And he stood his ground to the extent that he gave an interview saying that if his government falls, if the left wants to withdraw support, so be it. He was ready to sacrifice his government for that. So yes, it is the end of an era, not just in terms of politics, but I think in the kind of politics, a man who's ready to give up his government for a principle or a policy that he genuinely believes is in the national interest. It's difficult to conceive of having that kind of a leader again.
Absolutely. Aditi Fadnis, now talking about India's rural-urban divide, do you think as an economist turned politician, Dr. Singh played a major role in bridging that divide?
Well, there are many divides and those divides continue to exist. So yeah, he played his part. The right to information, although it is not leveraged or used that much, could have had, as it was envisaged, could have had a profound impact on recognition of government programs and so on. Much more than this was his contribution to the whole idea of Aadhaar, which was an idea which started in his tenure, but found fruition much later. So there are so many things that he laid the foundations for, which helped rural India, particularly the Mahatma Gandhi Rural Employment Guarantees Program, so many other things that he laid the foundations for, which helped us a lot in later years, simply because the rural reality of India was something that he appreciated as an economist.
Absolutely. Stay on with us. We are, of course, getting in visuals of top leaders arriving at the Nigam Bodh Ghat. Remember, that's where the last rites of Dr. Singh will take place. The funeral convoy we're expecting will reach Nigam Bodh Ghat in just a couple of minutes, where top dignitaries will be paying their respects. That, of course, includes Prime Minister Modi, President Murmu, as well as Vice President, as well as Lok Sabha Speaker, who will be paying respects, laying wreath. This also includes several chiefs of the defense forces there, as well as military honors will be presented to Dr. Singh. Let me bring in Aarti Jairat. Ma'am, do you think the end of nuclear apartheid as a decision was one that was taken by an economist Prime Minister?
Yes, of course. That was completely scripted by him, so this is the interesting thing, that although, we go on and on about him being an economist and, his contribution to India, the opening up of India's economy, yes, there's no question that he did that, when he was finance minister during in the Narasimha Rao government. But, there is also this other aspect to him, which was a fairly keen understanding of international politics and diplomacy. And, he really is the one who, I think, the sort of foundation for that the burgeoning Indo-US relationship was laid by Prime Minister Vajpayee. But Manmohan Singh really built on that, with the result that today India is considered a very crucial strategic partner by the United States. And, and I think one of the main reasons why we see Prime Minister Modi paying such deep and such warm tributes to Manmohan Singh is that, he does understand that, his government is, benefiting by the foundations that were laid during the tenure of Manmohan Singh. And, what Modi is being able to do is build on those foundations and accelerate the progress and development that we see today. So, it's all part of a process. And I think, this is something which future generations must understand, that it's not one man who contributes to the development of India. It is a series of leaders, one by one by one by one. They lay building blocks, and another comes and builds on that, and another comes and builds on that,
right,
and takes it higher and higher. And, I think the contribution of Manmohan Singh to the economy, to, India's international standing, these are things which really will be written in, golden letters in history.
Right. I think the funeral convoy there has almost reached the Nigam Bodh Ghat. We're getting in visuals of the funeral convoy sort of just entering the Nigam Bodh Ghat. Remember, top dignitaries have already arrived at Nigam Bodh Ghat to pay respects. Now, Aditi Fadnis, as Aarti Jairat was mentioning, it is a series of leaders that it takes to build a nation. But when you compare his leadership style with the others, right, what do you think made Dr. Singh stand out?
I think leadership styles are different for every leader. It reflects their personality. In his case, he was understated, but very much the leader and very much the leader of his Council of Ministers. There was a minister who was, I will not name him, he was charged with graft. And later, there was a lot, because he was heading a coalition government, there was a lot of pressure from coalition partners in his second term to take that leader back as minister. And he just refused. He said, I will not do that, because he's gone out under a cloud. Similarly, there was a minister who, midway through his term, very crucial, important ministry, fell ill and fell into a coma. And he was to remain in a coma for many years after that. His successor was appointed, but the successor began holding parties and celebrations to celebrate his new appointment. Dr. Manmohan Singh came to hear of this and basically told the president that thank you very much, I will take charge of this portfolio. So this was a way of letting people know that he did not appreciate people celebrating when a comrade of theirs was lying in hospital in a coma. So these are all things which stand out as memories which marked his leadership style. He almost never lost his temper. He would just listen expressionlessly to what you were saying. Occasionally, it was like a sword flashing in the light. He would come out with rapier sharp riposts, which you really did not expect, like his reading a sher to counter Sushma Swaraj's sher during a debate in Parliament. It really took everyone quite by surprise. Right. And these are the hallmarks of leadership, I guess, when you are not really a politician in the traditional sense.
Absolutely. And, talking about his statesmanship, he did also not shy away from taking up ideas from other leaders, appreciating it. For example, he did take a lot of Vajpayee's ideas forward, like GST, but his government was the first to put GST on the agenda. Aarti Jairat. Aarti Jairat, ma'am, if you can hear me. Right, we'll try and get Aarti Jairat back on the broadcast, but Aditi Fadnis, would you like to take that question?
Sure. GST was a very, very important step. And it wasn't just GST. I mean, GST was one nation, one tax idea, which has vastly improved the speed and the felicity of decision making. But it wasn't just GST. It was so many other things that he consulted the opposition on. We know that he met Vajpayee both on the Indo-US civil nuclear deal. He met other leaders. He took ideas from them. When he did borrow ideas, he openly acknowledged that he had borrowed ideas from X, Y, or Z. For instance, I mean, the Prime Minister at that time, Mr. P.V. Narasimha Rao, acknowledged that Singapore had a very important role in his vision of liberalization, and Dr. Manmohan Singh endorsed that. Today, we find that Singapore has lowered its flag to half-mast in recognition of a foreign prime minister. These things don't happen easily.
Stay on with us, Aditi Fadnis. Let me quickly bring in my colleague Shreya, if she's there. But what we're learning is that as of now, the funeral convoy has reached Nigam Bodh Ghat. Remember, the last rites will be taking place shortly. What we are expecting is that it, of course, will start with the Defence Secretary laying wreath, and then the military honours, as per procedure, will take place. My colleague Shreya joins us on the broadcast. Shreya, take us to what's taking place on ground. We're learning that the funeral convoy has reached Nigam Bodh Ghat.
Yes, absolutely. You can see the session cremation side, the military
final rite will be performed with a military precision. A fitting service leader who has served the nation with a dedication and distinction, the architect of India's modern economy, the hero of the Indian middle class. His cremation is about to take place here in North Delhi's Nigam Bodh Ghat. You can see the entire convoy, all the VIPs have arrived here. Soon you will see PM Narendra Modi, the President, Vice President, all of them arriving. The foreign dignitaries are already inside. You can see the security has been tightened up. The military paramilitary forces have been deployed. The Air Force, military forces are also inside. Here you can see this entire road has been, created for the exclusive movement of the VVIPs. We can also see Congress party workers moving around, saying that Dr. Manmohan Singh will live long, will live forever in the hearts of the people. He will be remembered with utmost kindness in people's hearts. And you can see that this entire area has been choked with the convoy of the leaders who are arriving here to pay the final homage to Dr. Manmohan Singh. We know that it will take place with proper military precision, and we also know that Rahul Gandhi is inside in the vehicle bearing Dr. Manmohan Singh's mortal remains, which is of course draped in the national flag, and we will see a proper state funeral being conducted for Dr. Manmohan Singh, who has left behind an incredible political, social and economic legacy for the people to see.
Right, Shreya, stay on with us. We'll come back to you as more developments take place, but the latest that we're tracking for you is that Dr. Singh's funeral convoy there has reached Nigam Bodh Ghat, where the last rites will take place. First, a short break.
New day, new show, a new experience. Start your day with the news, not views. We bring you stories that matter and impact your lives. News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai, to the seat of governance, Delhi, NDTV brings to you the best breakfast show. The breakfast show only on NDTV 24/7 every morning at 8 a.m.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
We are able to maintain the democratic fabric and the democratic system.
I want to do something that can make a difference.
लगातार जनता की आवाज को सरकार तक पहुंचाने का काम मैं करता हूं.
I was a student up until very recently. I really want to work and do something for my people because they have given me this opportunity. They have elected me.
सोचा नहीं था कि राज्यसभा सांसद बनूंगी.
Mahakumbh, a festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip at the spiritual Sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
NDTV shines with 38 prestigious wins at the News Television Awards 2024. Powerful journalism to cutting-edge digital innovation, production excellence to regional leadership. NDTV sets the benchmark. 38 awards, each a testament to your trust in NDTV. NDTV stands for trust.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
This week on India Ascends.
Will Myanmar's junta chiefs see the same fate as Syria's Bashar al-Assad? Beijing in limbo as Xi's purge extends to his own men? How Trudeau's own misgivings are likely to become his end? And broken souls in a broken system, why young Wall Street bankers are getting by using ADHD pills.
All this and more only on India Ascends with me, Gauri Dwivedi, at these timings on the NDTV network.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
The last rites of Dr. Manmohan Singh are set to take place shortly. His mortal remains have reached the Nigam Bodh Ghat, where the military honours will be taking place. After state honours, the last rites are expected to take place in about 45 minutes or an hour from that as the event starts. As of now, these are visuals that we're tracking for you from the ground from Nigam Bodh Ghat, where his mortal remains have just reached. I'm being joined at this point by Aarti Jairath, who's a senior journalist, as well as Aditi Fadnis, who are joining us at this point. In terms of international politics or diplomacy, Aarti Jairath, the fact that Dr. Singh maintained relations with the United States helped sort of bring an impetus to where India-US relationship stands today, whether that's trade or whether that's diplomacy on other fronts, education, import, defense as well, ma'am.
Agriculture, another field in which a lot of Indo-US cooperation is going on. Yes, I mean, I think, as I said, I think the process started with Vajpayee, but Manmohan Singh really accelerated that relationship. And, Manmohan Singh and George Bush, who was the president at that time, they shared an excellent rapport, as did Manmohan Singh with Obama, who came after Bush. In fact, Obama had so much respect for Manmohan Singh. You know, he called him his guru because he said every time he met Manmohan Singh, he learned something new. There was so much to talk about. So, but it was not just a personal rapport. I think, both Manmohan Singh and George Bush were really invested in...
Are the visuals coming in from Nigam Bodh Ghat, where the last rites are going to be taking place. Remember, at this point, the state honours are starting with the ceremonial march with the mortal remains of Dr. Singh. Aarti Jairath, I'm sorry we had to interrupt you there. We were bringing in the live visuals coming in from Nigam Bodh Ghat. I'll let you finish your thought, ma'am.
So as I was saying, I think that, Manmohan Singh, sort of really accelerated and built on a process that began during Vajpayee's premiership. And, George Bush, who was the president of the United States at that time, shared an excellent rapport with Manmohan Singh. But apart from their rapport, I think both of them were deeply invested in building this relationship because, the Soviet Union had collapsed at the end of the Cold War. And I think Manmohan Singh felt that, there were many things that the US could give India, to help in development and, moving ahead and becoming part of the world, sort of economy, getting onto the high table and so on. And so he really pushed, and so did George Bush. When that NSG thing happened, after we signed the nuclear deal, and NSG had to give us waivers for accessing certain high-end technology, it was really George Bush who pulled out the stops and, personally rang up, other European world leaders and said that this has to be done for India. So, this is what I'm saying. As an economist, he realized that for India to grow economically, you needed technology. You needed access to all kinds of technology, not just nuclear technology, but also to technology for agriculture, for developing your communication system, and so on and so forth. So, he pushed for that, and he felt the United States was the best source for this, the United States and its Western allies. So he really pushed this relationship. And I think today we're, seeing the benefit of it. Yes, there are people who have reservations about the neoliberal economic policies and getting too close to the United States, because one downside of this, building the relationship with the US was that we ignored our traditional relationship with Russia.
Right.
And, in fact, at one point there was a kind of coldness that developed between Russia and India, which I think now the Modi government has moved to correct, so that, there is some balance again in our, in our relationships with other countries.
Absolutely. Stay on with us. These are, of course, visuals coming in from the Nigam Bodh Ghat. We can see the Congress delegation following as the mortal remains are being taken into Nigam Bodh Ghat, where the military honours will be done. We can see Rahul Gandhi Kharge as well leading the delegation there, as well as Priyanka Gandhi, as the Congress leaders have arrived from the AICC headquarters to Nigam Bodh Ghat, where top dignitaries will now be paying respect. Remember, earlier Congress leaders had paid respects and laid wreath to Dr. Singh at the AICC headquarters. Now, of course, visuals that we're getting for you are from Nigam Bodh Ghat, where the last rites will take place, and before that, the military honours will take place, where top military officials as well as Prime Minister, President and Vice President, as well as Lok Sabha Speaker will be laying wreath and paying their respects to Dr. Singh. Let me bring in Aditi Fadnis. Ma'am, now in terms of his strategy to maintain peace and stability in South Asia, since we're talking about his diplomacy and that side of his governance, what role do you think he played as far as bringing the global South forward?
It was really difficult for him because while his personal conviction was to have friendly relations with Pakistan, it was during his tenure in 2008 that the Mumbai attacks took place. And he was personally very shattered by those events. So he did try to normalize relations. He was very keen to make things better for South Asia, but at that time it was there were a lot of pressures, and his idea was to make India a better place and make India a place where the South Asian nations would find it easier to do business. So, in fact, he said on record many times that now that India is a liberalized economy, the South Asian nations should take advantage of this and leverage the opportunities that were available to them.
Absolutely. We're getting in visuals now from Nigam Bodh Ghat. What we can see is that Rajnath Singh, Defence Minister, as well as JP Nadda, Amit Shah have arrived at Nigam Bodh Ghat, is what we're learning. That's the latest update. We can also see Vice President Dhankar, who's arrived there at Nigam Bodh Ghat. There, of course, dignitaries were arriving. I think that's the Prime Minister who's just entered Nigam Bodh Ghat as well. These are the latest details that we're bringing for you from Nigam Bodh Ghat, where the last rites are going to take place. Remember, Dr. Singh's last rites will be preceded by military honours. These are visuals of his mortal remains being placed there for the top dignitaries and leaders to be placing wreath and paying their honours. This will, of course, start with the Defence Secretary and then move on to the Chief of Defence Staff. They are going to be, of course, chiefs of the various defence forces who will be paying their respects first, then followed by the Defence Minister. Then, of course, comes the Vice President, the Lok Sabha Speaker, the Prime Minister, the President as well will be paying respects before the cremation and the last rites that take place in about an hour from now is what we're expecting. Aarti Jairath, now talking about, earlier as well, we were discussing politics surrounding the memorial for Dr. Singh and the former media advisor to Dr. Singh, in fact, had a very interesting point that his legacy must be remembered in more intellectual things. Of course, a memorial is important, but things like a scholarship or perhaps a university is how Dr. Singh would have liked him to be remembered.
Absolutely. I think, that would be a really huge tribute to Manmohan Singh to set up a university in his name, or, I don't know about a scholarship, but a university which would be an institution. And I think that is because he started out as an academic. And, that's where his heart really lay. A kind of a sculpture or a piece of stone, on the banks of the Yamuna in Rajghat is not, what Dr. Singh would like to be remembered by. And, he's also not the kind of leader who, had an emotional connect with the people of India. Say unlike Jawaharlal Nehru as the first Prime Minister, or Mahatma Gandhi as a founder of the nation, the father of the nation, they have an emotional connect with common people. Manmohan Singh was much more an intellectual, and therefore his connect is really with the intellectual elite, with the middle classes, with the educated persons. And for them, it makes much more sense to have a kind of university named after Manmohan Singh, where they can send their children and remember, his contribution to the nation. But, can I add to some points that Aditi made about the neighborhood,
yes,
and his policy towards the neighborhood? So, as she said, it was very, very difficult for him because the Mumbai terror strikes happened during his tenure. But, if we compare...
I'm really sorry. I'm going to have to interrupt you. Sure. We'll take a short break and be right back. We'll let you complete your thought right after this short break. Stay with us.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro. World's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
Former Prime Minister Manmohan Singh passes away at 92. State funeral shortly. Politics over Dr. Singh's memorial. Congress demands appropriate location. Government ensures to allocate separate space. Formula E race case haunts KTR. ED summons BRS working president to appear before it on January 7th. US President Donald Trump has raised concerns about China's expanding influence in the Panama Canal.
Mahakumbh, a festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip at the spiritual Sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
2024, the year that was, when India welcomed Ram. When India decided,
मैं नरेंद्र दामोदर दास मोदी,
when Jammu and Kashmir turned a historic leaf.
As Chief Minister for the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir.
When India mourned. When India celebrated.
Yeah. Go hard. Go hard.
When India protested. When India felt proud. When India scaled new highs. NDTV brought it all to you. Your trusted news destination. Yesterday, today and tomorrow.
A very warm welcome to the first edition of the NDTV Emerging Business Conclave 2024.
एमएसएमई विभाग एक महत्वपूर्ण विभाग है.
We have to think about what is brand India. India will always stand for democracy. We will always be one of the largest investors in the world.
It is also very, very important that these MSMEs grow.
We are seeing that women are coming up in many other sectors apart from the traditional sectors.
New day, new show, a new experience. Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your lives.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
To the state of governance, Delhi, NDTV brings to you the best breakfast show. The breakfast show only on NDTV 24/7 every morning at 8 a.m.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number 1 in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
We are able to maintain the democratic fabric and the democratic system.
I want to do something that can make a difference.
लगातार जनता की आवाज.
The nation is bidding farewell to Dr. Manmohan Singh. The last rites will take place shortly. As of now, the military honour is taking place at Nigam Bodh Ghat. Remember, top dignitaries are arriving at Nigam Bodh Ghat. That includes the Prime Minister as well. Several leaders are already there. The Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, who will also be laying wreath at the Nigam Bodh Ghat. We also have JP Nadda, Amit Shah, who have already reached the Nigam Bodh Ghat to pay their last respects. Remember, Dr. Singh's last rites will take place and will be preceded by military honours at the Nigam Bodh Ghat. That is set to start any time. But we'll also be discussing the details and the legacy that has been left behind by Dr. Singh. I'm being joined by senior journalists Aarti Jairat and Aditi Fadnis with us as well. Aarti Jairat, I'm sorry we had to interrupt you earlier, but you can continue your thought about, you were talking about the legacy that Dr. Singh has left behind and how he would like to be remembered.
Yeah, so I was actually adding to what Aditi Fadnis had said about, his whole, policy, the neighborhood policy. He was very, very keen to build relations with Pakistan, to establish, peace, and to somehow resolve this vexed issue between the two of us. And he came very close to it. Unfortunately for him, in 2008, we had those Mumbai terror strikes.
Right.
And, again, I think, we have to give it to Manmohan Singh and, of course, his advisors, that instead of creating the kind of situation we see today in the Middle East, they exercised strategic restraint and opted for coercive diplomacy rather than a retaliatory strike against Pakistan. Mind you, he was under a lot of pressure. There were many people who felt that we needed to respond to Pakistan in the same way that Pakistan had, sort of struck us. But he and his core advisors put their foot down. And I think that coercive diplomacy strategy worked really well because the world began to realize what we had been saying for years, that Pakistan is the source of cross-border terrorism in India. And, I think this whole sort of process of isolating Pakistan all over, and imposing restrictions began with that. Unfortunately for him, when he came back for a second term, and then one of his first foreign visits was to Sharm el Sheikh, where he signed that agreement with, the then Prime Minister Nawaz Sharif, Pakistan Prime Minister Nawaz Sharif. And he came back hoping that agreement would pave the way for a resolution of the dispute between India and Pakistan and convert the LOC into a recognized border. But because of the terror strike that had happened in 2008, emotions were running very high here. And I mean, the opposition, of course, will, jump down his throat on this, but so did people in his own party. And, that was one of the things that Manmohan Singh had to walk back on.
Right.
He actually had to kind of almost disown that Sharm el Sheikh agreement. And I think it's something that he felt very, very bad about because, I think he truly believed that for peace and progress in India, we needed to resolve our, problems with Pakistan. We needed to open our borders for trade. But unfortunately, he was not able to achieve that. And that must be one of the regrets that he has gone with.
Right. Aditi Fadnis, now the 1991 economic liberalization was perhaps the most landmark or significant turning point in India's economy. But how much of its success do you think we can attribute to Dr. Singh?
Oh, all of it, I think. It was a team. It was basically Manmohan Singh and P. Chidambaram who did all the heavy lifting. I mean, this was an era when my colleagues who covered trade policy could actually tell, till 1991 happened, who could actually predict on which paragraph what element of the trade policy would say what. It was so predictable. And I still remember on 7th of July 1992, Mr. Chidambaram sat all night, all day. Much later, he told me that. He sat a straight, I think it was around 32 hours, and rewrote the entire trade policy. Dr. Manmohan Singh told him what he expected from it, and it was such a brilliant document because it merged seamlessly with the kind of reforms that Dr. Manmohan Singh was trying to do. So this kind of synergy is very rare and quite hard to find in a government which is attempting such an important rewriting of India's economic policy.
Speaking of India's economic policy as well, when he was finance minister as well as after he became the prime minister, in terms of economic reforms and the momentum that he provided to India's economy, what do you think stands out the most?
It's hard to say that any one thing that stands out, but he restored India's credibility in world eyes. I think that included steps to get back gold, which was pledged, which was in popular image and imagination a dreadful, terrible thing to happen. He also organized the devaluation. We saw the kind of crisis that accompanied demonetization, which was a sort of a similar upheaval in India's monetary system. But devaluation had to be managed very carefully. Overnight, India's fuel bill would have gone up, everything would have gone up. And I think he put in place things that made sure that at least most of India was cushioned against economic shock. So for that alone, I think we must be very grateful to his understanding as an economist, as a Reserve Bank governor, and as a trade economist with a very fine understanding of commerce. For that alone, I think we need to be very grateful to him as a nation.
All right, it is an end of an era. One of the finest statesmen, one of the finest economists, and one of the finest human beings, Dr. Manmohan Singh, he has passed away. He passed away on Thursday night. The former Prime Minister, Dr. Manmohan Singh, he was widely recognized as the architect of India's economic reform, especially since the early 1990s. He was 92 years of age. A 7-day state mourning has been declared and all flags are flying at half-mast. These are live pictures that you can see from the Nigam Bodh Ghat. The Congress President, Mallikarjun Kharge, he's paying his final tributes to Dr. Manmohan Singh. You could also see the Prime Minister Narendra Modi, along with the Defence Minister there, and other dignitaries who have arrived to pay their final respects to the former Prime Minister of India, one of the architects of India's economic reforms there. These are the live pictures that you can see of the last rites of Dr. Manmohan Singh. The mortal remains, remember, it was kept at the All India Congress Committee headquarters for an hour from 8:30 a.m. People from all walks of life, Congress workers, everyone, they paid their respects. State funeral is taking place with full military honors. Prime Minister is there. Congress, in fact, had urged the Prime Minister as well as the Home Minister to hold the cremation at a site where a memorial of Dr. Singh could be built. It was a life that Dr. Manmohan Singh lived. It was a life of service and achievement. Dr. Singh was born on September 26, 1932 in Gah in West Punjab, now in Pakistan. And his life, indeed, is a testament to his unwavering commitment to public service. He, in fact, earned his doctorate in economics from Oxford University and went on to serve in various capacities for the country. He was the chief economic advisor. He was the governor of the Reserve Bank of India. He was the head of the Planning Commission. He was the finance minister. He was then the leader of opposition in the Rajya Sabha. He then became the 13th Prime Minister of India in 2004, remained the Prime Minister till 2014. My colleague Shreya Ghosh, she's there at the Nigam Bodh Ghat. Shreya, just take us through what all is happening there at the moment.
Earlier also, and yesterday also there were some events for cancelled. The party level, the BJP party.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi, Rajnath Singh, Defence Minister, President, they're all here inside the Nigam Bodh, along with other foreign dignitaries as well, the King of Bhutan, several ambassadors from Palestine, and other to mark who has left behind an incredible social economic legacy behind, an economist turned politician, an accidental prime minister, reluctant prime minister who was appointed rather than elected for 2 consecutive terms, is cremated at Nigam Bodh Ghat. And of course, we know we lost.
All right, we'll try and fix that line with my colleague Shreya Ghosh. In the meanwhile, Anushka Garg, my colleague, she's outside the All India Congress Committee headquarters. Anushka, just take us through what all happened today as far as Dr. Singh's final journey is concerned.
Well, certainly, Osama, and a very emotional day, not just for the Congress party workers, but also for the people across the nation, because what we saw is that not just people from the party, but from across the party lines have in fact participated in the last rites of the former Prime Minister, Mr. Manmohan Singh. Also, around 8:30, his mortal remains were brought to AICC headquarters, where top leaders from the Congress committee, as the CWC core members, participated, to pay tribute to the former Prime Minister. And also, what we saw is a formal procession took place wherein the leaders of army, several army chiefs with all state procession, in fact, took the mortal remains to its last journey. Now remember, after a certain while, Dr. Manmohan Singh would be walking into history, because what we are also seeing is that several people participated in the formal procession that took place also in Nigam Bodh Ghat. What we are learning from sources is that several of the people from outside of India have also participated in this whole procession. Be it the Prime Minister Narendra Modi, President Draupadi Murmu, and also several of the state elects have in fact reached the whole site where the last procession is about to take place at the Nigam Bodh Ghat. Now remember, a lot of controversy was seen around where the last procession would take place, wherein the Congress at the CWC meeting had in fact accused the centre that the centre is not ready to in fact give us a place that is befitting of the stature of Dr. Manmohan Singh, and that is why the memorial is now taking place at a common crematorium ground, that is the Nigam Bodh Ghat. Now regarding all of this matter, the centre had in fact given a press release and had said that the trust is right now being in fact allocated, and also place is to be earmarked for the memorial of Dr. Manmohan Singh. Also what we are seeing is that but the whole procession is taking place with all the formal army chief are paying their respects to the former Prime Minister Dr. Manmohan Singh. And right now we're outside the AICC headquarters, where a few minutes back the procession took place, and several of the Congress leaders were in fact participating in this whole procession and participated in the last journey of Dr. Manmohan Singh. Back to you, Osama.
Right. I also have my colleague Sunil Prabhu there outside the All India Congress Committee headquarters. Sunil, it has indeed been a very, very emotional day, not just for the Congress workers and as Anushka was mentioning there, for a lot of people who loved Dr. Manmohan Singh, who believed in all the good work that he did.
So as we speak, you can see the King of Bhutan, who had a great relationship with Dr. Manmohan Singh and really paying his last respects to the former Prime Minister. As these are the final moments, this is now the state funeral part, where finally, after the tribute that has been given by all dignitaries, finally, the national tricolour will be taken. He will be given a gun salute, and then the religious ceremony will be in. So we are at the last moments of Dr. Manmohan Singh's final journey. It's been a tumultuous last 3 days, I think, across the country, across the world. People cutting across party lines, cutting across whichever government they've been, and former people, really coming out from all walks of life to pay tribute to what was a simple, humble, minority Prime Minister of this country. A rare sight to see, and that's what we have seen right now. Of course, the President of India is now paying her last respects to the former Prime Minister, who's seen as the architect of India's economic reforms and taking it to great heights in the international sphere. Absolutely, Sunil Prabhu. You're absolutely right. In fact, I'm also currently joined by Prabhu Chawla as well as Neerja Chaudhary at the moment. Prabhu Chawla, the editorial director of New Indian Express, he joins us. Sir, welcome to NDTV. We have been talking about his achievements as a politician. I want to talk to you about the kind of a person that he was. He has indeed left a legacy of integrity and humility, something that very few people, that you can say about very few people.
Yeah, Susie, I must tell you that I've been a part of his journey, 50 years journey, amazing journey from professor in Delhi University to Prime Minister of India. It was a journey which went through hills and valleys. He has suffered with his setbacks, but he was always on the top. I knew him as a lecturer because he was a professor of Delhi School of Economics, where I was a student in 1966. And he was my teacher there, and he was so humble, and his voice was so low, as it has been to the last, that all of us, the students, young student girls and boys, used to sit in front there and below his desk to listen to him. So he was a very humble, very meeting everybody, looking after the student, and he would give lectures once, twice a week, and we would go there. And from there, I've seen becoming the secretary to the government of India, then becoming RBI governor, then becoming chairman of the Prime Minister Advisory Council of Chandrasekhar, and from there he became the UGC chairman, and then became finance minister, then he became the Prime Minister of India. But I must give you one or two anecdotes which are important because that are relevant as explains his conduct, how he was conducting himself.
Mr. Chawla, Mr. Chawla, I'm extremely sorry to interrupt you. The gun salute is happening at the moment. So the state funeral of Dr. Manmohan Singh there taking place with full military honours. These are live pictures that you can see from the Nigam Bodh Ghat. You see the President of India, Draupadi Murmu, along with the Prime Minister, Narendra Modi, there paying their last respects to the former Prime Minister of India there.
देख सकते हैं कि राष्ट्रपति भी निगम बोध घाट पर मौजूद हैं, जहां उन्होंने श्रद्धा सुमन भावपूर्ण तरीके से अर्पित किए डॉक्टर मनमोहन।
All right, let me go across to Prabhu Chawla. Sir, you were saying something. Please continue.
Yeah. So I was talking about the journey from a professor in Delhi University to the Prime Minister of India, and I've been part of most of the time because I was a student. So I was telling you, when he became UGC chairman, that is the interesting part of it, because he has been always in the government service. And he has been following the discipline of a government servant, that he has to follow the rule book, he has to follow the files, he has to go beyond, he can't go beyond the rules. So he was a very simple person. When he became the UGC chairman, he was at that time advisory council chairman of the Prime Minister Chandrasekhar chairman. And when Chandrasekhar resigned, and he went to him, sir, I have been part of the government for many years, almost 40 years, 30 years, and what do I do after this? Because he wanted to have some kind of a responsibility. And I must tell you, because Chandrasekhar, who was otherwise the acting Prime Minister at that time, as a code of conduct, he could not have appointed anybody else. But because it was Dr. Manmohan Singh, who was respected by everybody, who was respected across the party line, which is reflected today in the morning what is happening there, across the party. So he went out of the way, only Prime Minister who, after resignation, made an appointment like UGC chairman. That reflected the acceptability of Dr. Manmohan Singh as a person of high integrity and dependability. When he became finance minister, that is another story, because I was that time Indian Express editor. And I was to interview Mr. Narasimha Rao at his house in Motilal Nehru Marg. I was sitting there in the morning when I went there. He was talking to somebody, I didn't know who was. Later on, he told me he was talking to whom. So he said, Prabhu, you sit it down because you are an editor, you should not be listening to what I am saying, but I trust you. So what happened that he was talking to Mr. I.G. Patel in London at that point in time and requesting him to become the Finance Minister of India. Perhaps I.G. Patel, later on Prime Minister himself, told me that I.G. Patel suggested Dr. Manmohan Singh's name. Dr. Manmohan Singh, being a liberal left economist, demand-side economist, and because his stint at UNITO was much more liberal, that he believed in a different kind of economics, but Patel assured Narasimha Rao that he'll be part of your economic agenda. Whatever economic agenda you say, Dr. Manmohan Singh will faithfully implement. So Dr. Manmohan Singh was not the first choice of finance minister, but he became the second choice. He became the first state finance minister of India. He carried out all the reforms. Of course, credit must go to Narasimha Rao because they allowed it to do what is work. Because basic principle, basic idea behind Dr. Manmohan Singh was that he was acceptable to international community in his economic people. IMF, he has good relationship because he had worked in the United Nations, and he has secret parleys with them, all of them. There were conditionalities imposed because economic reforms would not come without conditions. So they wrote a full memorandum of association to the IMF, which we carried on the front page of Indian Express. Dr. Manmohan Singh got angry next day when he was finance minister. He said, Prabhu, I never expected it from you. But what I'm telling you that he would implement. He was concerned about the country. Okay, how it can progress. So he tweaked his ideology to mix the politics of that day. So it was a very balancing act, fine, pragmatic balance which he did between politics and economics and brought the company to the verge of developing to one of the finest economy today. It was the foundation laid was based at the time. Then he became Prime Minister. Everybody knows that he became not the first choice of the Prime Minister. Sonia Gandhi was the first choice. And Sonia Gandhi made him the Prime Minister. For 5 years, he carried out the economics, politics of Sonia Gandhi. All the economic reforms, he was a welfare economist at that time. You had Manrega, your Right to Information Act, you had Kisan, that 60,000 crore rupees which was given away at that point in time. So it was in 2004 to 9 that it was Manmohan Singh who laid the foundation of a strong economy. 2008, you saw what happened, meltdown happened at that point in time. India was the only country which survived that meltdown.
Absolutely.
Because of the strong economic policy of Dr. Manmohan Singh. Even the nuclear deal, he stood his ground. Maybe his head was always high, but his shoulders were sometimes down. That was a different issue because of political compulsion. So 2004, he was a nominated Prime Minister. He was not elected as his own right. But 2009 victory of the Congress party from 140 odd seats to 206 seats, contribution was primarily of Prime Minister Dr. Manmohan Singh, who created middle class of India.
Absolutely.
Middle class of India, cutting across religious and everything, supported Dr. Manmohan Singh. The victory of 2009 of Congress party was because of Manmohan Singh, and today the Congress party has lost the credible brand on which it was riding for the last, this kind of thing they are doing now. They never did him for him when he was in power. But now they think Manmohan Singh is the only asset. Like after Nehru, if they have to project somebody who built modern India, they will try to put Nehru and Manmohan Singh at the same pedestal. That is what they're trying to do now.
Absolutely, sir. And in fact, I was watching one of his interviews that he gave in the late 90s. And funny that you mention it regarding him being the finance minister at that point of time. In that interview, he mentioned that I didn't think I was going to be the finance minister for as long as I was.
You're right, absolutely right. Because there was so many problems at that point in time. And after the scam happened, that was the biggest stock exchange at that time. The scam happened, and he took one upon himself. JPC was appointed, he was explained to everybody else. At point of time, he was willing to resign also. But Mr. Manmohan Singh was supported fully by Narasimha Rao at that point in time. So the entire party was behind him. Narasimha Rao, because Narasimha was not, there was no good relation between Sonia Gandhi and Narasimha Rao, and the Congress party split. People walked it away, but Manmohan Singh did not walk away with Arjun Singh, Sheila Dikshit, etc., who left the party. But in spite of that, Sonia Gandhi chose him. That is what is reflected, because many Congress previous presidents have died, prime ministers have died, but then Narasimha Rao died. Congress party never bothered about them. Sitaram Kesi died, Congress party, nothing was done about him. The Congress party gave him this extra going out to the way, and because they know Dr. Manmohan Singh commands respectability, not as a minority person. They are trying to invoke today the minority thing by asking that he is being denied the right to be cremated, the same spot where Atalji and Habib are doing that. But BJP is quite smart. BJP has done, okay, we will do it. Government of India will appoint a trust in which the land will be given. So there is another, other than Nehru, there is another person from the Congress party who was a pride of place among the leaders of the country. Therefore, this bringing him down to the 6th level. I think they're undermining the personality of Dr. Manmohan Singh. Dr. Manmohan Singh may be a weak Prime Minister second term. That is tragedy because people will not forgive him for that he could have asserted himself. He was the person who had a mandate of 2009 behind him, but he did not. Even one of the editors meeting, he told us that he is bound by compulsion of coalition. But compulsion of coalition, he could not appoint his cabinet minister, he could not sack his cabinet minister. Second term, which he could have utilized himself to be, because he had the mandate, he did not do it. But at the end, even today, Manmohan Singh is the brand of the Congress party, which no Congress party doesn't have anything else. So they are therefore celebrating this in that way, playing him at a pedestal which is Nehru, Gandhi, equalizing themselves. And Manmohan Singh was unifier. As a Prime Minister, he would consult Raji much more often. I remember many cases, I can't disclose it here. And he was so simple, humble man. Anybody could go. I met him twice, thrice. After that, he stopped meeting journalists also because of political compulsion. But he never behaved like a Prime Minister when he was meeting people. He was a Prime Minister candidate, which everybody on the global table, top table, he was invited. All the president I have seen, people taking away, respecting him, but giving him the first place. So he was a top-rated international type of statesman, political leader who did not assert himself as much as he should have done.
Absolutely, sir. Absolutely. I also have with me Neerja Chaudhary. Ma'am, you know, we have been speaking about Dr. Singh's integrity and humility, but, you know, his legacy, it extends far beyond his impressive list of achievements. Just shed some light on that.
You know, of course, Prabhu has spoken at length about his legacy and his career. One of the few people who had the kind of exposure and experience that Dr. Manmohan Singh had. He was an academic who came into bureaucracy, and in bureaucracy, finance secretary, UGC chairman later, RBI governor, chief economic advisor to the Prime Minister. And then, of course, 1991, later they called him an accidental Prime Minister, but he was also an accidental Finance Minister. When Narasimha Rao chose him, and it was Venkatraman, the then president, who used to say that it was my idea, and I told Narasimha Rao that first go for I.G. Patel, and then he said no, then go for Narasimha Rao. I'd go for Manmohan Singh. And P.C. Alexander was deputed to go and see him, wake him up in the morning and tell him he was going to be the Finance Minister of India. So he strayed into this, and of course then he became the leader of the opposition for several years, and finally the Prime Minister of India. Not just the Prime Minister of India, he navigated a very difficult coalition for 10 long years. And it wasn't easy because, as Prabhu was saying, the mandate was for Sonia Gandhi to become Prime Minister. She'd been elected as the leader of the Congress Parliamentary Party, of the UPA Parliamentary Party, and the president was all set to give her a letter inviting her to form the government. And then she decided that she would not take it and decided it would be Dr. Manmohan Singh. So implicit in that model of coalition was power sharing with her and the party. And the division that, you know, they would refer to all the time, though, how with the Prime Minister, politics can be separated from administration and governance is another subject. But Dr. Ahmed Patel, who was the political secretary of Sonia Gandhi, would often say in frustration, Dr. Saab, but this is our area. You know, this was particularly during the long months when the Indo-US nuclear deal was being debated, or, you know, was going through the motions of getting passed through various hurdles. And so he was supposed to look after governance. She was supposed to look after politics. And the point is that for 10 long years, it was not only very difficult allies that he had to contend with, and he threatened to resign several times, but did not do so in the end. So he moved with grace even at that time. But, you know, it was the Indo-US nuclear deal which forged a new and strategic relationship. I wouldn't say new because Atal Bihari Vajpayee had also initiated that, but strengthened the strategic relationship with the United States of America. It was there that you saw the killer instinct of Dr. Manmohan Singh. He just would not give up. He just would not let up. And he staked his government. And Sonia Gandhi was opposed to it to begin with. Then she came around and the left parties threatened to withdraw support. He mobilized the support of the Samajwadi Party, initially opposed to the deal. And then they came on board. The government survived and the deal went through. But it showed a side of Dr. Manmohan Singh few thought existed. And because, people used to say he's a political novice. Of course, they used to joke he's an economist amongst politicians and politician amongst economists. So what will the country remember him for? If you go by the tributes that are being paid today by ordinary people, it's what Prabhu has talked about: humility, self-effacing, didn't push himself forward, understated leadership. And the question that comes to my mind is, are these qualities that people are now valuing that were associated with Dr. Manmohan Singh, is there a change taking place in the mood of the country? Mr. Narendra Modi succeeded him. This Moni Baba that the BJP used to attack him for, today is that Mon being appreciated that much more in, decency in politics. Is that what people are looking for? And I would also say, today in death, he's become a symbol of unity. Absolutely. He, in his last months, would talk about this, how Absolutely. He was most exercised about bitterness between the two sides. But today, both sides are there together.
True. And we speak about his humility and honesty and transparency, but we rarely talk about his unassuming leadership style. And more importantly, Nirja ji, his willingness to listen.
Yes, that's absolutely correct. Willingness to listen. He spoke very little, spoke very softly. You could barely hear him when he would speak, particularly in the last months. And that is true. But that the government has agreed to have a memorial in his name is given the contention in politics of late and what we've seen in Parliament in the recent winter session, and that they should do it for a leader of the Congress. And I must say, this is probably the first leader, maybe after the 50s, who has non-Nehru Gandhi family, who's had this kind of a funeral, and one who's not died in harness. He was Prime Minister 10 years ago.
Absolutely.
So,
yep. True. Absolutely, ma'am. In fact, Prabhu Chawla, not a lot of people give credit to Dr. Manmohan Singh with respect to the vision that he had and his ability to think critically and strategically about India's future.
No, that's now you can see that everybody is giving credit for everything else. As India is today becoming the third largest economy, on the verge of becoming the third largest economy, is because of what foundations Dr. Manmohan Singh laid. Because making the economy grow by lifting the curbs in terms of various rules and regulations, Dr. Manmohan Singh started it. And he did it at that time very, very forcefully as finance minister and later on as Prime Minister of India. So he had a determined agenda. He had a target mission in mind. He would not talk about the mission, which most of the politicians do now. He would follow the mission with a missionary zeal. So he was a missionary, quite missionary, who knew what was good for the country. He was mixing welfare economics with market economics. He was expert in that. But at the same time, I said earlier, he created about 150 million strong middle-class economy by making them to invest in the market as well, and by giving the tax concessions at the same time. He was the best finance minister, which was followed by the best second finance minister, was Jaswant Sinha, who also introduced what he laid the foundation for economic reform. No other government had the guts even to reverse some of the processes even. Not even one of them. Everybody, there was a continuity of anything else. They might have forgotten. But in the Indian establishment, continuity of Manmohan Singh's legacy and economic reformer continues even till today in Modi's government as well. So that is what the contribution Dr. Manmohan Singh has. His politics may not be continued. He may not be remembered about as the most strong person, but he was remembered for setting certain rules for how the ground realities and agenda for the country to go forward. But that is a different thing that he was the Prime Minister, because remember, because he was forced to appoint a Principal Secretary who was once a District Magistrate of Rajiv Gandhi constituency. Pulat Treshatti was appointed. There were some of the ministers, some of the choices in the first term. There was a National Advisory Council which was dictating the terms, but he was accepting them because he thought they were good for the country. Later on, the scandals got into it, 2009 to 13, 14, that was a scandalous year. But he's getting the respect because he never offended his worst enemies. Once he had to apologize. I'm giving an example because nuclear deal was going on and there was BJP was opposing it left and right and center. And then he tried to reach out to Vajpayee. He was at that time and a little active before the nuclear deal started. He said, okay, I'm sending my national security advisor to discuss with you the possibilities of what can be done. What happened, instead of national security advisor, who decided till today is not known, then one of the industry leader, important entrepreneur, one of the big enterprises now running the company, I won't name him, along with the CIA General Secretary General, went to see Atalji. Atalji got very furious at that point in time. He called the Prime Minister office and told them, what is this? You're sending me somebody else, I can't discuss it with industrial leaders, this kind of thing happening there. Manmohan Singh himself went called upon PG later on and apologized for miscommunication, what happened between his office and the people who ended up. So this kind of personality, no Prime Minister will accept this kind of mistake this happen. So this Prime Minister was always concentrating everybody and whatnot. And once when I asked him in one of the meetings, he said, why you are suffering this kind of humiliation? The perception is that Sonia Gandhi runs the whole thing. I remember even the Foreign Secretary was appointed. Manmohan Singh had chosen a particular person as Foreign Secretary later on. But that Foreign Secretary, Sonia Gandhi, suspected that he was close to the BJP. So he was not appointed, but he accepted it. I'm just saying, when I met him, I asked him once, because I never met him quite often. He was my teacher, so he was willing to talk to me earlier, but later on he did not meet any journalists. So I asked him, why are you doing this? He said, Prabhu, you don't forget it. I was not the electoral politics. I was appointed Prime Minister by Gandhi Parivar. So I cannot forget that I am their nominee here. If they have certain reasons to do certain things, why should I question? Because they are in politics. I am not in electoral politics. Therefore, he accepted them as the political guiding force because of them, the Congress party has won. So this kind of adjustment happening within the Congress party, within the coalition partner, outside the coalition partner, he knew the art of bringing everybody together according to his point of view. He may not agree with them, he may not be able to carry out with them. So Manmohan Singh was the person who could compromise on the basis of what was good for the country, and which would not destabilize the existing relationship between political parties. Now we are going to the confrontation politics. Manmohan Singh never believed in confrontation politics. Absolutely. He was always for a dialogue. He believed in democracy, where dialogue was the most important ingredient of a healthy democracy. So I would say, now the Congress party is celebrating when he was alive. They did not give him that much of respect which was required, but they are giving him respect. All the Gandhi Parivar members are present there. So you have said the old Manmohan Singh dead, but the Congress party, new Manmohan Singh has become alive now. He is giving them the guidance now as the former Prime Minister who made India great, who survived the whole thing. That is what is happening now.
Absolutely, sir. And it is always fascinating to listen to you, Prabhu Chawla, as well as Neeraj Chaudhary. Do stay on with us. We'll take a very short break and we'll be back with more.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
A festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip at the spiritual Sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
NDTV shines with 38 prestigious wins at the News Television Awards 2024. Powerful journalism to cutting-edge digital innovation, production excellence to regional leadership. NDTV sets the benchmark. 38 awards, each a testament to your trust in NDTV. NDTV stands for trust.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
This week on India Ascends.
Will Myanmar's junta chiefs see the same fate as Syria's Bashar al-Assad? Beijing in limbo as Xi's purge extends to his own men? How Trudeau's own misgivings are likely to become his end? And broken souls in a broken system, why young Wall Street bankers are getting by using ADHD pills.
All this and more only on India Ascends with me, Gauri Dwivedi, at these timings on the NDTV network.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Mahakumbh, a festival of faith. The world's biggest spiritual festival. The divine dip at the spiritual Sangam. A sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
2024, the year that was, when India welcomed Ram. When India decided,
मैं नरेंद्र दामोदर दास मोदी,
when Jammu and Kashmir turned a historic leaf.
As Chief Minister for the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir.
When India mourned. When India celebrated. When India protested. When India felt proud. When India scaled new highs. NDTV brought it all to you. Your trusted news destination. Yesterday, today and tomorrow.
Welcome back. These are live pictures that you can see from the Nigam Bodh Ghat, where Dr. Manmohan Singh, the former Prime Minister of India, he is being laid to rest. The Prime Minister of India, Narendra Modi, the President, Draupadi Murmu, the Union Home Minister Amit Shah as well as the Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, along with Sonia Gandhi there, sitting, paying their tributes, paying their last respects to the former Prime Minister. And I'm still currently joined by Neerja Chaudhary as well as Prabhu Chawla. Ma'am, we have been speaking about the kind of a person that he was, the kind of a personality that he was, and a very important quality that Dr. Manmohan Singh had was his commitment to accountability. And I remember on the 12th of August in 2005, he in fact, nobody would have thought, and he in fact expressed his regret in the Rajya Sabha and apologized for the 1984 anti-Sikh riots. He didn't need to. But I remember he said that I have no hesitation in apologizing to not only the Sikh community, but also to the nation. I bow my head in shame that such a thing happened. Speaks volume about Dr. Manmohan Singh. And, his words, in fact, were a testament to his commitment to accountability and his efforts to promote national unity and reconciliation.
Yeah, this is correct. That statement is something that, the country, the Sikh community and others will remember for a long, long time, because it put to rest something that as a nation we'll take a long time to live down. I saw him last year. And one of the things he said to me was that I have done nothing in my life that I need be ashamed of. Those are big words. And I'd asked him, when Rahul Gandhi tore up that ordinance publicly, why did you not resign? So he said, he thought about it, but he said that Rahul Gandhi came to me afterwards and he apologized. So another thing that's very interesting that Prabhu mentioned also, the 2009 elections where he came into his own after the successful completion of the Indo-US nuclear deal, that really was a feather in his cap, and he'd seen it through, and he'd become his own person that much more. And then he dealt with the 2008 economic mess in the world, in the Western world, very successfully delinking India from the world economies. It was actually the 2009 206 tally of Lok Sabha that Congress got was attributed also to Manmohan Singh, that it was because of him also. And the middle class, the new middle class in India, that had, because of the economic reforms, and many of the middle class people had their children and relatives in the US. So they, even though they didn't understand the intricacies of that deal, which led to a strategic partnership with the US, they understood that it was firming up a new relationship with the United States, which they welcomed. And he was, Congress party had won, and I remember in 54 urban seats. So that, that was a proof that the middle class had looked to him. And apart from the Gandhi family who led that campaign, it was also Dr. Manmohan Singh's election 2009. And I would say one more thing, that sometimes you wonder, of course, there are two sides of Dr. Manmohan Singh. There is his legacy, economic, foreign policy, navigating the coalition government successfully, though must have been very painfully. He didn't, whether he could have pushed the envelope that much more and asserted more, despite all the constraints, as the Prime Minister of India. That's a question that will hang there unanswered. And another question that comes to your mind is, suppose he'd headed a majority government, what would Dr. Manmohan Singh's rule have been like?
True, absolutely, ma'am. In fact, I'm also currently joined by my colleague Nazir Masoodi from Srinagar. Nazir, just give us a sense of Dr. Singh's legacy as far as his relationship with Jammu and Kashmir is concerned, and the kind of work that he did for Jammu and Kashmir?
Well, Dak Singh will be remembered who for 10 years tried his best to ensure peace in Jammu and Kashmir, stability in Jammu and Kashmir, and end the hostility between India and Pakistan and ensure Kashmir remains free from terror and uncertainty. And I remember in 2005 when Srinagar Muzaffarabad bus was launched, there was a major terror attack near the rally site where he addressed a rally before launching that bus. But nothing deviated him from the path of pursuing peace, because he never wanted terrorists to dictate terms or derail the peace process. So whether it was Srinagar Muzaffarabad bus service, whether it was cross LOC trade, and in fact, when it comes to return of Kashmiri Pandits, most substantial initiative which were launched, which were actually carried, was by Dr. Manmohan Singh. He announced this employment, Prime Minister special employment package for Kashmiri displaced Pandits. More than 6,000 have got jobs, and so that they can come back to Kashmir, and here they get the comfortable, not just the job, but also accommodation. And he built large number of accommodations as well. And when it comes to he knows the youth of Kashmir have suffered a great deal, Jammu and Kashmir, because of the conflict. And he announced a special Prime Minister scholarship for the youth to pursue the higher study. And if you see, thousands of students from Jammu and Kashmir have been benefited because of that scheme over the last more than 14 years. He rolled that out in 2010. And similarly, whether it was reconstruction, whether it was, pursuing peace. And in fact, as we know, everybody has been talking about Sharmal Sheikh, how he tried to risk his own, standing in the party, in his own party and the polity in the country. And he wanted to move forward, as Satinder Lama is mentioning in his book about how they were very close to the agreement with Pakistan, with General Musharraf. But for the judicial intervention in Pakistan, things would have been completely changed this time. And I have a personal anecdote also. I was reporting Manmohan Singh was here in Srinagar for some. He actually made several visits to Jammu and Kashmir, and he was here for 2 days. And he actually held also a roundtable conference here. He set up the working groups to address the economic and the political issues Jammu and Kashmir is confronting. And during one of his visits on his day 2nd, I was reporting from Dal Lake how his presence and his engagement at the Sher-e Kashmir International Convention Center, a lot of inconvenience to tourists and the local. You believe Prime Minister himself, somehow he got to know, and he took note and he preponed his departure. So something one can't believe that, a reporter reports something, the problems the tourists and the locals are facing because of the security restriction with Prime Minister in Srinagar, and then he prepones his departure. And that is something. And he was always, as you know, when it comes to Kashmir, he was always ready to face questions, talk about the security situation, and tried whatever was possible, even engaging with the separates, which was actually started by Atal Bihari Vajpayee, met with Hurriyat leaders, other leaders, to ensure there's peace, because the man had a bigger vision. He knew in the process and consensus, he knew that these are the only two things which will actually deliver lasting peace, and where nobody will feel defeated. And that was the something which was followed by Prime Minister Manmohan Singh, whether it was opposition that time or it was the ruling party here in Jammu and Kashmir. Everybody was in touch with him, and he tried his best when it comes to Jammu and Kashmir to ensure peace, ensure development, help you to achieve their dreams when it comes to giving the scholarship, Prime Special Scholarship. And since, as I said, since 2010, thousands of students have been benefited by the scholarship. So Manmohan Singh, it's a loss for not for just the country, but people in Kashmir are also feeling that loss. Someone who cared a lot for this place, and when he came here for several times during his tenure as Prime Minister for 10 years. But his one thing, he could never visit his birthplace in Pakistan or Pakistan during 10 years. That was the hostility which was the Pakistan always displayed despite Dr. Singh's all the peace overtures, whether it was within Kashmir or without Kashmir.
And because you mentioned Pakistan, until that 26/11 Mumbai attacks happened and how it completely changed the trajectory, the ties with Pakistan also in a sense improved for some years. You know, back channel talks almost paved the way for movement forward in Kashmir then.
Yeah, exactly. If you see what Satinder Lama has, because he was the man, he was the diplomat who was holding back channel talks with Pakistan, and they were always close to, this, agreement on Kashmir. Because the fact is that what Dr. Singh wanted, as I said, he is the process and the consensus. He was that man, and he tried to engage all the stakeholders, even those who didn't agree with him or he didn't agree with them, but he would talk to them and ensure that the process is actually the way forward to ensure lasting peace. And Pakistan, as we know, always whenever there was a peace move, as I started with the Srinagar-Muzaffarabad bus in 2005, there was a major terror attack just few hundred meters from the place where Prime Minister Manmohan Singh addressed the rally. But that didn't deviate him from his mission or to a peace mission. So he ensured that bus is launched. There was that bus service which continued for several years, which was stopped after abrogation of 370 in 2019. And we know 26/11, there would be several views whether India should have acted. But as one can see from a distance, Dr. Singh wanted to deal things in a different way, not for a tit for tat, but ensure there is a much bigger impact on Pakistan and much bigger deterrence than just carrying out a tit-for-tat attack. So perhaps that could have been the reason. But the fact is that that was something not fashionable that time or time in the country, that perhaps was not politically right decision for him, but he was thinking more strategic, long-term. That's what the Dr. Singh's legacy is. And because he didn't believe, because he knew, because if you see, the relations with Pakistan was not just for the sake of Pakistan, it was to achieve larger strategic objectives for India. For example, after Galwan incident in 2020, when we see the horrible situation happen at the line of actual control, India had to somehow engage with Pakistan through back-channel negotiations and ensure a ceasefire along the line of control since February 2021, because you can't have a two-front war and two-and-a-half-front war in Jammu and Kashmir along the LOC and the LAC as well. So Dr. Singh knew those challenges, that if there is a challenge of China, you can't have a confrontation with the Pakistan at the same time. Perhaps that was the reason he always wanted some kind of reconciliation with Pakistan, at the same time not to compromise India's national interest.
Absolutely. And you rightly mentioned, in fact, there was that famous Manmohan Musharraf four-step formula as well. Just shed some light on that as well, Nazir.
Well, 4-point formula, which was Musharraf formula, and it as I said, this Satinder Lamba has been talking in great detail in his book, because he was the man who was dealing with Pakistan and holding back channel talks with Pakistan. There were several things which were actually on the agenda, which actually meant that there's no, exchange of territory. There's no, compromise on the sovereignty. At the same time, it is a win-win situation for all the stakeholders, be it people of Jammu and Kashmir, be it Pakistan, be it India. Because fact of the matter is, issue of Jammu and Kashmir is not our part of Jammu. Issue of Jammu and Kashmir is also about the part of Kashmir which is with Pakistan. How can you get that back, or how can you resolve that? Or it will remain a permanent source of hostility. So Dr. Singh knew that it is not just this part of, Jammu and Kashmir he has to talk about. He has to talk about other part of Jammu and Kashmir, and trade and, this trade and cross-LOC trade or the bus services also about to achieve that end as well. So it was a long-term, multifaceted, it was a strategic move. It was not just a, event. He wanted to use process as a mean, as a diplomacy and long-term planning that would serve India's national interest, rather than just the rhetoric or the political tactics.
Absolutely. Nazir Masoodi, thank you very much for getting us all there. So these are live pictures that you are seeing from the Nigam Bodh Ghat. The Prime Minister of India, Narendra Modi, the Union Home Minister, Amit Shah, along with other dignitaries, the President of India, Draupadi Murmu, Congress Chief Mallikarjun Kharge, Sonia Gandhi, as well as Rahul Gandhi present there paying their last tributes to Dr. Manmohan Singh. The last rites are taking place at the moment. It is indeed an end of an era. One of the finest statesmen has passed away. I'm still joined by Neerja Chaudhary, senior journalist. Ma'am, we all ask this question. How do you think Dr. Singh's leadership style and humility earn him respect across party lines? But more importantly, what lessons can be drawn from him as a person, as a personality? Something that all the politicians at this point in these times need to learn.
Yeah, this humility, the understated style was very typically, inimitably his. Now, there are two sides to this story, that if you are like this, you can be pushed around. And you have to keep giving in to other people who may be stronger, who may use, strong arm methods to get their way. On the other hand, this is a very persuasive way to handle things also. And particularly if you have to deal with a whole lot of players in a coalition. It used to be said about him that Dr. Manmohan Singh was like that blade of grass. When the storm comes, it bends and survives. And there are those who stand, who are like trees and stand as erect. And when the storm comes, they crash. So it depends on the situation in which you find yourself. But certainly I would say that you wonder, of course, with Sonia Gandhi being a very powerful force behind the throne during his premiership, and of course the party also playing a very active role, and with NAC being there, National Advisory Council, which mooted, the rights-based laws that were finally passed by the government. They accepted it. I'm told Dr. Manmohan Singh had reservations also. Where will the money come from? All this, but then he went along with it, and it was under his stewardship that all that happened. But you wonder, as I keep saying, could he have pushed to assert much more as the Prime Minister of India? But then everybody says that his persona was very different, and he was mild-mannered. He was, as you say, humble, self-effacing. All those qualities that, we are admiring so much about him today.
True, ma'am. And, today in these times, especially in the political spectrum, there is a lack of culture of transparency and accountability. How can Dr. Singh's, humility and integrity serve as a model for the future politicians, for the present politicians, and what steps can be taken? All right, there is the gun salute that is taking place. In order to honor Dr. Manmohan Singh there. Neerja Chaudhary, I was speaking about how we lack a culture of transparency in these times and accountability in politics. How can Dr. Singh's
humility.
And humility, absolutely. Absolutely. In fact, ma'am, just give us a sense of how can Dr. Singh's life be a model for future politicians, and the way politics should be done?
I think, what was his unique selling point, as they say, his USP? He reached out across the political divide, and people across the political divide came to him. And what pained him in his last months was the immense bitterness, katuta and all that they talked about between the ruling side and the opposition side. And I think this is what the ability to have a dialogue with even your opponent, your adversary, without personal bitterness creeping in, is what democracy is all about. And if there is deadlock there, then there's going to be an impasse, there's going to be a standoff, you're not going to be able to move forward to resolve issues. So I think today, with huge aggression, I would say even viciousness creeping into political relationships between the two sides, I think Dr. Singh and what he stood for and what he wanted and what exercised him in the last months of his life is truly, truly relevant. I think, and a beginning, I feel, even for a few hours, where the entire top political leadership is present to give him a befitting farewell, right from the president, vice president, prime minister, defense minister, home minister, along with the Congress leadership and other party people. I think it is a befitting farewell because, as I said earlier also, ironically, in his death, he has become a symbol of unity, even for those hours. I hope it will not only be just those few hours.
Absolutely, ma'am. I also want to talk about a little bit of his tenureship as the Prime Minister. When he took over as the Prime Minister of this country, coalition politics was something that had started getting into Indian politics. We have seen that in the previous regime of Atal Bihari Vajpayee, then the UPA first and the second. What I want to understand from you, ma'am, is what lessons can be drawn from Dr. Singh's approach to coalition politics and, his ability to build a consensus across party lines?
When the certain ministers were taken in who had a question mark against their, record, and he had protested. I remember he'd almost, somebody had told me at that time, senior Congress person, he took out a resignation letter and was persuaded, you can't at the outset of your term start to resigning. And then I think he developed he became a tougher personality and knew he had to take all these people along. And therefore, he depended a lot on the party. He depended a lot on Pranab Mukherjee to do things, and how to deal with Sonia Gandhi on the one hand, how to deal with with Pranab Mukherjee on the other hand, who used to address as Sir before he became Prime Minister and continued to address him as Sir even in private till Pranab Mukherjee told him not to do so. And Pranab Mukherjee would virtually conduct the cabinet meetings. And Prime Minister Manmohan Singh said very little at these meetings. But he knew that he was at the apex, at the head. He had to take all these forces along and not have the boat rocked. So I think that is what he probably swallowed many a bitter pill to be able to do that. But he kept it going for 10 long years. And this was not easy at all. So many elements in that coalition of UPA. Each, the DMK wanting to do its own thing. And he's asserting. So, and even in Vajpayee's period, if you look back, he had to deal with a similar thing at the beginning of his 1998 term. So all these prime ministers who have led coalition governments have learned, how important it is to take everybody along.
Absolutely. And ma'am, we have been talking about him as an economist, as a statesman. I also want to understand from you, how did Dr. Singh's government at that point of time address social welfare and education? What initiatives were implemented in order to improve healthcare and literacy rate? Because these are few things that not a lot of people talk about.
I remember as Prime Minister at the 15th August ramparts of the Red Fort, he talked about malnutrition is a national shame.
True.
And they set up a group, but it wasn't very effective. But certainly in terms of the laws that were brought in, which were mooted really by the National Advisory Council led by Sonia Gandhi, which was the right to information, which was the right to work, Manrega, 100 days of work, and he realized the importance of that. But and of course, right to food was a very difficult one, a very controversial one, which took a long time and came in his second term. But he questioned the money part of it. It's not that he was immediately for it. Yeah. And sometimes people used to say that Montek Singh Ahluwalia and P. Chidambaram were the front for Dr. Manmohan Singh when they raised questions about these schemes. But the bottom line is that they went along with what was proposed. And therefore, then the 60,000 crore waiver to the farmers, which brought them back to power in 2009. So overall, whatever be the differences within the government, and he had reservations on some of them coming from a different perspective of fiscal prudence and so on. He was the person under whose stewardship this rights-based approach was implemented by the UPA and the Congress party. So he will be remembered for that as much as for anything else.
Absolutely. And ma'am, speaking about promoting India's interests, not just nationally, but on the global stage as well, just give us a sense of the role of Dr. Singh as far as that is concerned, and how can his approach be emulated as far as foreign policy is concerned?
Look, foreign policy, with the neighborhood, he reached out, he believed, again like Vajpayee, that if it could be a breakthrough with Pakistan, breakthrough with, a solution to Kashmir. And again, it is with the US, of course, the Western world, it was a completely new relationship. And with George Bush, he had a rare chemistry. George Bush said at a dinner, he has a calming influence on me, and told bureaucrats in his entourage, he's my friend, take care of him. And he'd tell his own people, when they when they encountered obstacles in the way of the nuclear deal, he would say, what does Dr. Manmohan Singh want? So national interests of respective countries is of course supreme when you come to having understandings and deals to go through. But if you have this kind of a chemistry which Dr. Singh had with George Bush, then the way was smoothened. And the reason why George Bush liked Dr. Singh was that he was erudite, scholarly, but humble and very unassuming. So that part of his personality that we are talking about today so much is what made for his appeal.
Right. And, many would say that we are taking a very different approach at this point of time when it comes to dealing with our neighbors. And, when you look at Dr. Manmohan Singh and the way he approached these things, and especially India's relationship with the neighboring countries, what can we learn from that so that we can have better ties with our neighboring countries? Because strategically, that is also very important.
I think it is very important because you don't choose your neighbors, you have to live with them. And that is a reality that most people have to contend with. Now, Dr. Manmohan Singh didn't have to win an election. The responsibility for winning an election for the Congress party was not his. So he could get on with things that he felt were very important for the country. For others, whether you do Pak bashing or China bashing at a particular time to cater to your domestic constituencies and vote banks, he didn't have to worry about that one. So he could take a much more of a holistic view of what needed to be done. And I think that's where he was coming from.
Right. In fact, I've also got my colleagues Sunil Prabhu as well as Nazir Masoodi there. Sunil, just take us through what exactly is happening at the moment. What we are seeing is the last rites have taken place at the Nigam Bodh Ghat. Just take us through what exactly transpired today.
The final journey is over. Dr. Manmohan Singh's mortal remains have been consigned to flames, and it's an end of an era. It's an end of an entire journey for modern India. Post 1991, Dr. Manmohan Singh, with his economic reforms, with the then Prime Minister P.V. Narasimha Rao's support, and the Congress party, ushered in a huge amount of strategic changes in India's economic policy, criticized at that time by the then opposition, and the rest, of course, is history. Every successive government, whichever it was, be it the National Front, be it the United Front, be it the National Development Alliance led by Atal Bihari Vajpayee, everybody followed the same principles of economic liberalization, one way or the other. In fact, I think Dr. Manmohan Singh really, the UPA one was to even take along and deal with very important developments in terms of economic liberalization during the first tenure, 2004 to 2009, which helped modern India to carry on forward the entire economic liberalization movement and that entire process. So it's in that backdrop that not only did he concentrate on giving us a great GDP in those years, overall nearly 7.8, which is something commendable. It's clearly something that he started off in terms of ensuring India's space in the international arena, be it the nuclear suppliers group or the Indo-US nuclear deal. He was able to get those waivers to ensure that India's future, power requirements would be met, and that India's nuclear winter, apartheid, as I would call it, in those years from foreign countries would be lifted. So it's been a long road, and as you could see in those visuals, there were neighboring countries, the King of Bhutan coming down specially for this, as well as the Prime Minister of Mauritius and others. This is the Finance Minister. They are cutting across, as we saw somebody from Malaysia, Dr. Manmohan Singh has been in the helm of affairs from 1991. There are many finance ministers who he helped, who he saw go through troubles, and they even offered, support to them. So for them, it's clearly somebody who really was able to negotiate a very critical aspects of India's economic policy. More importantly, as India and the world faced the 2008, the Lehman Brothers crash, and the entire issue and the emergence of G20 at that time, the world looked at Dr. Manmohan Singh for his stellar, stewardship and his statesmanship on how to revive and to tackle that important aspect. In fact, no less than the former president of the United States of America, Barack Obama, calling him my guru. So that's the kind of standing that Dr. Manmohan Singh had, not only internationally, but within nationally, cutting across party lines. Whatever the views that he got from various political people, all of them understand that here was a man who was simple, humble, extremely polite, and rare to find in Indian politics. He would never lose his shirt or lose his cool. He knew what needs to be done and how it should be done, and that was the man that he was.
Absolutely, and this is something that you can say is a rarity in Indian politics at this point of time. Nazir, we saw people from all walks of life, people from all different political parties coming together to pay their last respects to Dr. Singh speaks a lot about his ability to build that consensus across party lines.
Exactly. And his motto remains, may have been consigned to flames, but his legacy will live on. And the way everybody is paying homage, paying respect, remembering his contributions, immense contributions to the country and every part of the country, every person who knows about him and or who personally knows him, talking about, even when he was Prime Minister, there was a touch of humility, decency. And that is something that sets him apart. And when it comes to Jammu and Kashmir, and then by extension, relations with Pakistan, for 10 years, Dr. Singh did whatever was possible to ensure lasting peace. Because it was not any love for any country or person, but he knew